Hello, everyone. Happy Monday to you all. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, your high remembrancer, and your arbiter. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. And once again, as per our usual schedule, we're returning to Shadowrun Hong Kong. We weren't able to play for the past few weeks due to holidays and just because I've been tired, but now we're back with more mysteries to uncover, more shadows to run, and more people that need to die. But then again, that seems to be the case often, huh? So, before we get started, just to let everyone know, if you're new here or maybe watching the VOD, you can check me out on Twitch at Zaruk Windcaller. I also have a schedule that you can check out at, on Twitter, Zaruk Windcaller on Twitter. If you're here on the stream, you can type !social to get access to my social so you can know when what I'm posting, and I'll also post a schedule. !Discord will give you access to our Discord where you can chat with me and many others. There's also a number of VTubers there as well who will announce when they're going live. Like I said, the Forest of Memories is full of people. And there's also !YouTube. If you miss a video and want to see a stream, we have a VOD channel where all of the VODs are collected. So you can check that out too. But, without further ado, let us begin. Hey, it's good to be back. I miss this. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Just check something. Yep. Okay. We're good. Good to see you too, Keldrick. And Marin, Marin, I know you're excited. So, have you played the other two Shadowrun games? And by that, by the other two, I mean the trilogy. So, like Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, and this is Shadowrun Hong Kong. Marin, have you played the other ones? It doesn't matter if you have. There's nothing in here that, like, spoils the other two. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Well, yeah, the Shadowrun world is awesome. It is really cool. So, I think we've already talked to IsoBel today, but it's worth reinvestigating. Yep, we've already done this. Alright. So, as I've kind of said before, when it comes to the three Shadowrun games, that being Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, and Shadowrun Hong Kong, each of them is good at something. Shadowrun Returns is the introduction to the world. It is meant to pull you in and basically give you a bite-sized version of the world. Does crazy stuff happen? Oh, absolutely it does. But it's meant to give you a more, pull you by the hand, kind of show you how the world works kind of scenario. Shadowrun Dragonfall, because some of y'all have been here, I mean, for those who've been here since the beginning, you've seen me stream Dragonfall. Dragonfall has the best, I'm going to say the best story. That's my opinion. I think it has the best story. And Shadowrun Hong Kong has the best gameplay. You played him at the Internet Cafe. Okay. Well, that's, like I just said, that's a good way of introducing them to people. If you want to get into the Shadowrun world, it's best to play Shadowrun Returns first. So, that said, Shadowrun Returns, I will admit, Shadowrun Returns there is a lot of stuff in Shadowrun Returns that's not exactly beginner-friendly. They throw a lot of stuff at you that if you don't know the lore, it's a little confusing. But thankfully, they give it to you in bite-sized chunks that if you really want to know about it, you can, like, look it up or ask people about it. If not, it's not a problem. Anyway, let's see. Right, IsoBel's job offer. A recording of IsoBel pops onto the screen. She stares into the camera, her eyes full of intensity. If you're watching this, you've decided to listen to my job offer. That's a good thing. I wasn't convinced that you would. Our target is a local Decker, a famous Wampoan. In the Matrix, his handle is Rhombus. He has the software we need. Unfortunately, he's unassailable from the Matrix, and nobody knows where he lives in meat space. But I know where he's going to be. There's an event coming up that Rhombus can't afford to miss. He might already be on his way there. As you're reading this message, deckers from all over Asia, white hat and black hat alike, are converging on the Harbor Spires Hotel. This year's Harbor Spires is hosting DeckCon, Hong Kong's largest annual decking convention. I see. Rhombus is going to be there, and that gives us an opportunity. We're going to hit the convention, find him in meat space, and get the software away from him. And we're going to do it quietly. Enclosed, you will find a copy of the plan that I've worked out for the run, presented in bullet point format. Everything should be fairly straightforward. IsoBel's image winks off the screen, replaced by a blinking cursor. As you watch, the screen begins to fill with lines of simple instructions. I will provide you and one other runner of your choice with visitor passes for the convention. I will proceed ahead of you using my own guest badge. I will hide in the woman's lavatory on the first floor. You will enter via the kitchen and procure me a uniform from the catering staff. Please be sure that the uniform is size 4. We will rendezvous, I will change into the uniform, and using it, I will infiltrate the administrative wing on the 6th floor. You will proceed into the convention hall and await further instructions. Using the admin computer, I will identify Rhombus via his guest registration form. Once I have done this, I will alert you via comlink. I will upgrade your badge to VIP status, granting you access to the VIP wing of the hotel. You will tell Rhombus that he has been granted VIP status and offer to escort him to a complimentary hotel room. You will escort him to a room that I designate and hold him there. I will jack out of the Matrix and make my way from the admin wing to your room. We will intimidate Rhombus / beat the tar out of him until he gives us the software. Okay. So I see a few problems with this plan. You are assuming a lot on this. She is assuming a lot. Also, Murphy's Law is a thing. No plan survives contact with the enemy, and this is a convention. Nothing ever goes to plan at a convention. I've been to Dragon Con 3 times, and there's always some crazy shit happening. Like, this is... There's a... There's a lot of what-ifs here. We will tie and gag Rhombus and stuff him into a storage closet. We will not be gentle. It's okay if he starts crying. Also, please prioritize this. I want to see tears. Software in tow, we will make our escape. And now you're telling me that you've made it personal. See, a plan's great, but you're openly admitting that you're okay, that you say, don't be gentle, I want him to start crying. Like, this is personal now. You never want to make missions personal. They always get in the way. But alright. The glowing text fades and IsoBel winks back onto the screen. See? It's a simple plan, just like I said. We should be able to get through it without firing a shot. So, will you do it? Will you help me to get the software I need? Sure. The pre-recorded footage of IsoBel winks off of the screen and a real-time feed of her Matrix avatar replaces it. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. Saddle up, Remembrancer. This is going to be fun. Yeah. I got a bad feeling about this. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's roll. It said one other runner of our choice. Honestly, I think for this one, I'm probably going to bring Duncan. Duncan's a former cop, and he understands security. So bringing him around, if we're trying to pose as like, hey, we're VIPs, we're going to escort you to another room, it's a good idea to bring Duncan. Hello, Lord Rallius. Welcome. We're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong tonight. All right, let's see. Make sure I got all my gear. Yep. We're good. Let's see. Can't get a new etiquette till I'm level 8, so I'll hold on to these for now. Alright, let's roll. We're going transit to Kaitak to board a chartered bus to DECCON. All right. IsoBel must be present. Okay? She said one other Decker of our choice. I think... has to be someone we trust. I think we're going to go... Yeah, like I said, we're going to go with Duncan. Mainly because Duncan's security, so he gets it. We can't bring Gaichu because he's a ghoul, which will make everyone scared. Gobbet doesn't understand decking, and Ractor does, but he's more of a rigger, and I have a feeling he would rub people the wrong way. So, yeah, this will do fine. Let's roll. DECCON 2056. A chartered bus carries you from Kaitak to a mid-range hotel in Sunwon. All around you, the happy chatter of your fellow passengers fills your ears. You hear tech speak in a variety of languages and dialects, talk about new lines of drones and decks, arguments over innovations in data jack technology, and baseless speculation about the next season of Urban Brawl. Your guest badge, a glossy slip of laminated paper emblazoned with a flashy logo, hangs on a lanyard around your neck, your ticket into the convention hall, and the only disguise that you should need. The bus drops you in front of the Harbor Spires Hotel, and you promptly circle around back to find a service entrance. IsoBel should be waiting for you inside. All right. Let's go. We're just going to ignore the fact that I've got 2 guns in my coat, in my jacket. The service entrance to the Harbor Spires Hotel looks like any other. Scuffed walls coated in chipped paint. A floor of well-worn hardwood. A time card reader hanging from the wall at a slight tilt. Ugh, that would drive me insane. Nothing about the dingy utilitarian confines of the room that you're in hints at the elegance and fine decor of the hotel beyond. Which is weird, because... Look, I've been in a lot of high-class hotels, and I know for a fact that they strive to make everything look good. So, but then again, it's Shadowrun. Reminds me of that dump we squatted in back in Bear Creek. The motel with the raccoon problem. Little bastards kept me up half the night, every night. I swear that one of them was eyeballing me. Your earpiece crackles to life, and IsoBel calls from the woman's lavatory. Remembrancer? A burst of static fills your ears, obliterating IsoBel's voice. A second later, she cuts back in. You in position? Yeah, I'm here, yeah. You're kind of breaking up, though. Yeah, I know. More white noise. Connection here is crap. The comms keep cutting out. That doesn't bode well. Are you going to be giving us instructions over the comm? Yeah, hang on a second. Try to boost our signal. The sound cuts out entirely for a good 5 seconds. When IsoBel's voice comes back, it's half again as loud as it was before. There, that's better. What a pain in the ass this is. There's way too much interference coming from the show floor. We aren't going to be able to rely on our comm links for this. I'll find us a workaround. Alright, well I hope that you do it fast. This entire plan hinges on our being able to communicate. Like I said, I'll find a workaround. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. The catering staff should all be in the kitchen, holding trays of steamed clams and aperitifs out to the convention hall floor. I'm gonna need you to find a way to get one of their uniforms, one that will fit someone my size. Find a dwarf-sized catering uniform. Check, I'm on it. Good. Oh, and remembrancer, we aren't going loud yet, got it? Whatever you do, don't start shooting. We can't afford to send Rhombus running before we can get him cornered. Right, no shooting until we have Rhombus. Got it. Have a little faith in us. Come on. This panel controls simple building maintenance and safety features. While the panel's admin-level user interface has been locked away behind a biometric fingerprint reader, a skilled decker can easily bypass such a restriction. That ain't me! See, the damn sprinklers went off again. The entire kitchen was flooded and Chef Bun quit. We're gonna have to go with third-party caterers for the big event this weekend because we sure as hell can't steam a few thousand clams without any kitchen staff. Interesting. So the sprinklers might be busted. Good to know. We don't have a drone, so we can't send one into the vent. Hmm. Okay. Like with anything, you never know what could happen, so it's a good thing to save. They're probably gonna freak if they see us. Yep. The Harbor Spire's kitchens are a whirlwind of activity. Attractive 20-somethings in white catering uniforms dash in and out of the room, their arms laden with heaping trays of steaming shellfish. One man stands still amidst the chaos, the eye of the storm. His white coat is at least half, again, whiter than those of his subordinates, and his collar starched as stiff as a board. The floor manager notices you and his eyes narrow. He stalks towards you, practically frothing at the mouth. You can't help but notice the embroidered corporate logo on his lapel. Pastry magic and more. Fine catering. The image is completed by a stylized rendering of what appears to be a frolicking kitten standing astride a pair of shooting stars. You! What are you doing in my kitchen? He glances at you, at your chest, seeing the visitor's badge hanging from the lanyard that IsoBel gave you. Convention goers are not allowed beyond the show floor. Please forgive my impertinence. I have a gala event to cater, and I was hoping to book you for the event. He raises an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. A gala event, you say? In that case, please forgive me. I hadn't realized that I was speaking with a man of quality. You are, my good man. The only concern that I have is your uniforms. I'm not certain that they'll work with our decor. I'm sure that some arrangement can be made. He taps at a device on his wrist, and in the corner of the room, a door opens with a click. Here, why don't you take a spare uniform to compare against your event space? If it doesn't work for you, we can come to a compromise. What a splendid idea. I'm looking forward to working with you, sir. And I with you. When you're ready to book us, please contact our main office and ask to speak with Fawn. She'll take good care of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must get back to work. I am the imp of a silver tongue. And people say that talking in games having a silver tongue in games accomplishes nothing. Oh, now we have a problem. I'm not allowed in the woman's bathroom. Who's you? Why are you in here? Sketchy-looking man in a long, shabby coat stands in the middle of the bathroom floor, teetering on his feet. He blinks at you through red-rimmed eyes crusted over with sleep. Hey there, you? He checks the screen on his PDA. The Imperator? Because if you are, I got your stuff. No, sorry, man, not me. Oh, are you looking to score? If so, I'm your hookup. Dude, really? Hold on. Hyper, Bliss, Toko, Relax It. Dude! Like, this is... Oh, boy. Those are some hard... That's some hard drugs. Wow. Wow. Sheesh. Right in the middle of a convention, no less. In public, no less. Man, oh man. You are a brave son of a bitch. Probably gonna be dead in a minute if security finds you, but still. Brave. What's that? Quote, brave, but foolish. Yeah, it's one of those conventions. Okay, let's make this quick. I can't be seen in here. You enter the women's restroom to find IsoBel waiting impatiently for you. Her guest badge dangles from its lanyard at a canted angle, and the clumped ropes of her hair look frazzled. At the sight of you, she steps forward. Thanks for the hydrate and the posture check and the stretch, Cataclysm. I appreciate it. And hey, Draken, we're playing Shadowrun tonight. You're here. Good. I was getting tired of hanging out in the ladies' room. You have the uniform? Here you go. She eyes the embroidery of the logo, nodding. Good. Good. This will work. All right. I'm going to change into this thing and hightail it to the employees-only door on the far side of the convention hall. They'll let me in, even without a badge. They'll just figure that some rich guys want a drink. Where's the VIP area? On the other side of the convention floor. I'll have to cross the show floor to do it, but that should be safe enough. Nobody pays attention to the catering staff at these things. You say that. So I'll make my way across, pass through the door, and take the elevator up to the admin wing on the 6th floor. All that you need to do is take your position and wait for my instructions without raising an alarm. Pretty simple stuff. Should be foolproof, assuming that you don't screw anything up. You have any questions? What am I supposed to do on the show floor? Wait by the VIP door. When I identify Rhombus, you'll apprehend him and tell him that he's the lucky winner of a complimentary VIP pass upgrade. You'll escort him through the VIP doors into a room that I'll have empty and waiting. Then we'll get all the software for him together, beat him up, and stash him in a closet. Okay, well, what should I do between when you leave and when you get in position? Walk the show floor. Mingle. Try to look like you belong here. Just try not to say or do anything that'll stand out in a bad way. You're supposed to be a hot new decker in town. Try to act the part. Alright, and you figured out what you're gonna do about that spotty comlink connection? Yes, there's a demo kiosk near the VIP entrance. It's running some new Matrix avatar editing suite or something like that. The software is called Perfect Persona. You never see it coming. Sorry. When I get to the admin area, I'm going to patch myself into the Perfect Persona console, and we're going to communicate through that. Okay. Draken, you're not exactly wrong, because when she gave me this job, she said, when we beat him up, I want to see him cry. I cannot stress this enough. I want to see tears. So this is personal to her, I think. Yeah, she wants to take out some anger. And that's not good in jobs like this. It isn't a perfect solution, but it beats having to deal with a drop connection. Just be sure to grab the kiosk when you're in position. Don't let anyone else get to it. Alright, let's hit it. Alright, blend in and explore the convention floor. Hey, yo! Look at all the drones! As you approach the corner of the convention floor, you find a brightly lit entrance. There are signs on the walls pointing toward it. SimSense Parlor, decking area. As you draw closer, a convention staffer in a bland uniform steps towards you. Sorry to say it, we're a bit crammed right now. If you hang tight, we should be able to squeeze you in soon. There's maybe a half-hour wait. Please. Places like, I don't have hold on, let's see. I mean, neither one of these are my interest. I'd prefer just to walk on, but let's see. I can make it worth your while. We're full up. I don't know how else to say it. You need to wait like everyone else. Stay cool, and we'll get you in as soon as possible. Alright, I'm going. I'll come back later. A rack of high-capacity stick memory devices. Patent pending. Do you mean USB drives? You mean USB drives? The man standing at the As Technology demo station looks strangely out of place at a Decker convention. He isn't carrying a cyber deck, and yet you can't see any sign of cyberware on his person. Not even a data jack. He looks up from the kiosk, blinking. You want to use this? Mind your way? He sounds preoccupied. He shifts his body and his movements are unnaturally smooth and graceful. As he moves, you can see that the kiosk screen is flickering. Apparently the demo software is glitched out. I'm just passing by, man. Didn't mean to bother you. Oh, okay, that's fine. He turns back to the kiosk, his eyes blank. Enjoy the show. You good? Judging by the patches sewn onto his bomber jacket, this elf is from the non-Council Island. It's from the NAN, Council Island to be specific. A forested chunk of rock in the middle of Lake Washington that was called Mercer Island until the Native Americans reclaimed it. The Native American nations reclaimed it. He doesn't look Amerindian, though. If anything, he looks Chinese in descent, though his mask makes it hard to tell for sure. He turns to face you at your approach. His features are mostly hidden, but you can see that he's sporting a high steel collar and spiky hair. His cheeks are high, boned, and hollow. He eyes you nervously. Hey, you want something from me? What's up? Just wanted to get to know my fellow congoers. You from Council Island? Yeah? What gave me away? He makes a point of showing off his jacket. The tribal insignias look strangely out of place here on the DECCON floor. You from Seattle? The Redmond Barons, actually. No Drek. Wow, that place is fraggin' intense, chummer. The Seattle shadow slang sounds incredibly awkward when delivered in Cantonese, but he doesn't seem to notice. Hey, Council Island is NAN territory. You don't look Amerindian. What's your deal? I'm not Amerindian. I do live on Council Island, though. My dad is a diplomat from Tir Na Nog. We live on the island. Actually, they treat us like kings there. Really? Yeah, the Salih Shade Council enjoys good relations with my country and Tir Tangier. Magical pride and all that. We share a connection with the land. All that bullshit. So me and my family can get away with pretty much anything. He gives you a conspiratorial wink. It's a pretty great life. Anything specific you're here to see? Yeah, I'm here to check out the 57 Fuji Cyber deck. My 55 Cyber 7 is barely cutting it these days. I want to see what they're coming out with next year. And I've heard that they have a demo station. So, tell me, what's your favorite new ESP for incursion operations? I like Blast Hammer, personally. Heard of it? It's an open source developed by the Southeast Asian decking community. There's a number on Blocker Ice. Blast Hammer. Never heard of it. He snickers to himself. Really? It's only, the most popular freeware attack ESP in Southeast Asia. He's practically shouting. His face is lit up with maniacal glee. Calm down, man. I'm from Seattle, not Southeast Asia. Yeah? Well, you better get with it if you want to survive out here. He leers at you, his expressions all smugness and superiority. I mean, I'm just saying. Bye. Yeah, he's a hacker for sure, but he's also an asshole. Let's see. What else we got around here? The comlink crackles to life with an ear-splitting hiss. IsoBel. Okay, I've jacked into the admin computer a minute, but I can work with it. Are you in position yet? No, not yet. Waited position in the VIP and your ears fill with a shrill electronic whine. And use the kiosk. Remember, perfect persona. Use the perfect persona kiosk to talk to you. Copy that. While you're getting there, I'll start working on getting your VIP access and locating Romp. The line goes dead. Great. There's no response. Whether IsoBel can hear you or not remains a mystery. Great. If there's anything else you want to see on the show floor, you should probably check it out now before we get the ball rolling. He shrugs. Your call. I've seen all I need to see here. I'm not a decker or a rigger. I'm a fighter. So the perfect persona kiosk flickers to life at your approach. A debug menu pops onto the screen along with a text prompt in all caps. Remembrancer, enter the following key code into this kiosk. Done. You tap the code on the kiosk keyboard. A moment later, a series of 5 loud popping sounds rattles off in your comlink's earpiece. IsoBel's voice fills your ear, crisper and cleaner than it was before. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Remembrancer? Yeah, I hear you. What was that? A command line code for the kiosk to connect with your comlink via direct link. A hint of smugness creeps into her voice. This way, we can bypass using a comm signal entirely. Not bad. I know. As long as you remain within a couple of feet of the kiosk, we shouldn't have any problems. Wander too far outside of that range, and you're going to get static again. Got it. All right. Now that we're all linked up, give me a second and I'll locate Rhombus. You hear the sound of rattling keystrokes coupled with IsoBel muttering under her breath. The line falls silent. The silence stretches. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Then you hear IsoBel explode. What the hell? He already has one! How the fuck did Rhombus merit a VIP pass when I don't? Whoa. Let me guess. This is where the plan goes off the rails. She rails into your earpiece, fuming. I'm twice the decker that he is, and everybody knows it. What makes him a VIP when I'm not? Calm down, IsoBel. At least we know where he is. She takes a moment to calm herself. You can almost feel the heat of her anger radiating through your earpiece. All right, I know which room he's staying in now. Another strained silence. I'll just need a few minutes to get you a VIP upgrade. The line goes dead. That wasn't good. What do you think we should... A series of clicks erupts in your ear, cutting Duncan's sentence short. Your PDA begins blinking. You're receiving a video chat request. Hello? Oh no. IsoBel blossoms onto the screen along with a pair of towering security guards. The line that connected her to the admin terminal hangs loose from its socket. I'm gonna ask you again. What the hell are you doing in here? Take your time and make sure that you're telling me the truth. I'll know if you don't. IsoBel stammers helplessly. Well, I was just looking for the person who ordered this coffee. What, you were looking for him in the Matrix? And besides, you don't have any coffee, so try again. Alright. She continues to sputter. Her eyes dart toward the screen, fixing on you. You can see the desperation on her face. Well, I need to... Alright, listen up. Say what I say, and you'll be fine. Say okay if you understand. Okay. Last chance. Start talking sense, or spend the night with the Hong Kong police force. Let's see. Well... Well, actually, yeah, we can use the prank option. We can go with that because employees are allowed to come and go, so... My coworkers sent me in here as a prank. The words sound rehearsed, but they're tinged with enough genuine panic to be plausible. I feel dumb. The guard glances at his counterpart. We don't have time for this. Just kick her out and be done with it. The guard in front of IsoBel straightens. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna let you go with a warning this time, but only this once. If I catch you anywhere near this room again, I'm turning you over to the police. Got it? But See, you're getting out of this easy. Just go along with it. She clenches her jaw, looks up at the guard. Yes, sir. Good call. The line goes quiet as she moves out of the server room. What a damn nightmare this is turning out to be. I'm sorry, Remembrancer, but I couldn't get you your VIP access. You got out of there in one piece and without the cops getting drawn into this. That's what's important. You're right. At least I know where we have to go. Rhombus has a room in the VIP section, and I can get us there. There's only one problem. Without VIP access, you can't open the door without signing an alarm. The picture on your PDA flickers worryingly. A moment later, IsoBel's image returns to the screen. And let you through from this side. That's what I'm going to do now. I'll make my way down to you and open the door. I lost a bit of that. Are we going to have comm problems again? Maybe. A bit. I'm still using the kiosk to talk to you, but now that I'm not jacked in, I can't route messages to it directly anymore. Please stay put. If you lose the kiosk, we're going to have serious communication issues. Got it. Oh, and I may need your help if I run into more people up here, Remembrancer. In case you hadn't guessed, I'm not exactly a social butterfly, and if things go loud, I'll really need your help. I've got your back. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going. Alright. Save real... Oh, hold on. Let's save real quick, because we got to guide her all the way back to us. Look, I get it. When you have bad social anxiety, it's hard, but this... Like, she can't even talk to people. That's not healthy or good. I am curious what's in these other areas. Nope. Let's see, anything? Nope. Over here, maybe? Aha. A high-level executive in conference room 3 on the bottom floor. Interesting. Sounds like a mess is coming. Oh, it always does. There's no such thing as a smooth run in Shadowrun. Ever. Hold on. What is that? 1 second. Hey, Marin, if you're still here, back me up. You love the Shadowrun universe. I'm sure you can agree with me. There's no such thing as a simple run in Shadowrun. There's always something that goes wrong. Yeah, if it's smooth, it's not interesting. Correct. IsoBel's outline goes fuzzy the moment she sets foot into the elevator. A loud, rhythmic whooshing sound dominates the low end of your PDA speakers. Sounds a bit like the rotors of a helicopter. Heads up, IsoBel, we're getting a lot of interference here. An elf in his mid-20s steps aside to let IsoBel at the floor selector panel. He looks wired, jittery, stemmed to the gills, most likely. There's no telling how long it's been since he got a wink of sleep. IsoBel punches the button for the ground floor. I'm gonna hope that this is just background music, because if this music's coming from that asshole, you're one of those assholes, aren't you? The guys who just blare their music full volume without headphones. Like, I'll admit, I've been that guy before, but I do my best to keep the music as low as possible. Like, my iPhone doesn't have a headphone jack. But this guy, Working the show, huh? That has to be hard. The elf smiles down on IsoBel, his expression affable. I feel tempted to blow off work and go check out the kiosks. Maybe take in a panel or two. Tell him, yeah, it's tough, all right. I wish that I could just drop everything and explore. Yeah. She starts in, repeating your words with forced sincerity. It's tough, all right. I wish that I could just drop... She falls silent. You can see her staring at the man's VIP badge. Just say what I tell you to, IsoBel. Don't go off script. Her eyes remain locked on the man's badge. If she heard what you said, she's ignoring you. Kind Ding, huh? That's an interesting street name. Been decking under it long? Couple years now. He smiles. Longer than anyone else to use the handle. Just smile and nod, IsoBel. You're trying to go unnoticed, remember? If she heard you, she doesn't acknowledge it. I know who you are. You're the one who shut down the Kowloon City power grid 6 months ago. He clears his throat. Yeah, that was me. Let's just keep that between ourselves, though, alright? That little stunt screwed over a lot of local deckers. Her voice is soft, but you can detect a definite undertone of hostility. A couple of them soaked up nasty hits of dump shock because of it. You wrecked the grid while they were jacked into their home machines. Look, my team was in a bind. They needed a power outage right then and there, or they were cooked. So I gave them one. It was the best solution to a bad situation. Let's leave it at that. An icy silence descends on the elevator car. A few seconds later, IsoBel pierces it. There was this Decker. She lived out in Heoi. She called herself Spinster. She was a good person. Now she's in the ground. She never came back out of that coma that your stunt put her into. Another long pause. Slowly, Ding extends his hand toward the emergency brake. Snap out of it is, we are not here for this guy and we can't afford to start shooting yet. She balls her hands into fists. You can read the tension in her body language. She's biting her tongue. At least that's what I heard. I'm just a caterer. I'm not a decker myself. He stares down at IsoBel. The smile has vanished from his face. Yeah, sure you're not. You've come to get me, haven't you? To take revenge for your friend. Did her people put out a contract on me? Is that it? Let's see. Yeah, he already buys. He knows she's a decker, so let's see. Ah, damn it. What do I do? Oh, yeah, she wants to hurt him, but... Damn it, IsoBel, you've really put me in a bad spot. Because that was pure emotion. So I can't lie and say that there was no spinster. And no, yeah. Say, I took the contract, but I decided not to go through with it. Yes, I took the contract, but I decided not. Abruptly, the connection cuts to static. Please, IsoBel, don't be doing anything stupid right now. The static pops and hisses for 10 seconds. Finally, the picture warbles back into view. Kind Ding is in mid-sentence, practically frothing with rage. Did what I had to do. If you were in my position, you'd have done the same if you'd gotten them killed. He's shouting. The sound of it reverberates in the cramped confines of the elevator car. There was no third way out of that scenario. IsoBel starts to respond. The anger is clear in her tone. I would not have... IsoBel, stop! Listen to me. She stops short. What? You're crazy. An insane person. And when I get out of this elevator, I'm going to the hotel security office. Let's see. Oh, damn it. Oh, God. Alright. Apologize to him and sound like you mean it. You hear the dull, grating sound of grinding teeth. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I just get upset sometimes. You're damn right I'm offended. You came at me like a crazy person. This is getting old. As quickly as it went, the picture flickers back onto your PDA screen. Kind Ding looks calmer now, and the elevator is descending. Remember what we discussed. You keep your cool, and this turns out well for the both of us. We both live and let live. Understood? Yeah. I didn't want any trouble from you in the first place. I'm just glad that it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'll be happy if this is the last that I ever see of you. The feeling is mutual. The car finally slides to a halt and the elevator doors slide open. The other decker doesn't get off. Enjoy the rest of the show. Now get a move on, IsoBel. Oh my god, this girl's gonna get us killed. Oh, fuck. Hang on now. Great. She's literally a bomb with a short fuse. If I'm not there to keep her chilled out, good god. She's gonna get us all killed. Okay. The hallway ahead is blocked by a trio of struggling bodies. A blackout drunk troll hangs slung between a pair of cursing security guards. One male, one female. As you watch, they struggle valiantly to drag her down the hallway. The troll's voice comes out in an inebriated roar. Unhand me, you fools! Oh, boy. The older of the two guards, a middle-aged man with a pompadour haircut, struggles with all his might to keep the prisoner's flailing arm constrained. Don't let her go, Ho-Yi! She has the strength of 10 men! Yes, sir! You recognize her as the guard who was standing by the employee entrance on the show floor. How she got roped into troll hauling duty is anyone's guess. The security captain, locks eyes with IsoBel and he barks out an order. Clear the hall! Well, that doesn't look good. Let's see. Oh, God. She said what I said. I said, that doesn't look good. With an exaggerated moan, the troll swings her head toward IsoBel. You dwarf girl, help me. She hiccups. These dreckheads want me to leave because I'm a troll. What's happening here? None of your business. You're not even hotel staff. You shouldn't be back here at all. He hugs the troll's left arm to his chest with all of his strength, desperately trying to weigh her down. She lifts his feet a few inches off the floor, then slams him back down. He lets out an audible whimper. Now clear the way and report to your manager. Quit fighting me, damn it! Before I talk to him for you. The former door guard stares at IsoBel. Recognition dawns on her face. Hey, I remember you. You said that you had to meet some caterers up on 6. What are you doing down here? Tell them, sorry, I had to get more fuel canister for the chafing dishes. We were told that you had some here. We needed more fuel for the chafing dishes. The buffet is getting cold. There was supposed to be some here. Why would we keep cooking supplies here? If anything, they'd be in the kitchen. Say, look, I only know what I'm told. My boss said to come here, so I did. Look, I only know what I'm told. Her voice is firmer now, more confident. My boss said to come here, so I did. He do what your asshole boss tells you, don't you? She tilts her head toward the now violently hiccuping troll. Nice embellishment. The guard looks at her boss. The security captain strains courageously against his captor's flailing arm, oblivious to everything but his own struggle. Hey! Let's see. Dune Sea Degenerate, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, and we are playing Shadowrun Hong Kong tonight. Make yourself at home. Look, just hurry back to the kitchen and get out of our hair. She steps aside to let IsoBel pass. Good job, IsoBel. There's a brief pause, then she mutters a response under her breath, the mic barely picking it up. This is exhausting. No more improvisation from me. I'm done with this. From now on, I'm your parrot. Just tell me what to say, and I'll say exactly that. If that's the way you want to play it. Almost there. We're right there. Ah, shit. An impressive-looking man in a starched white coat blocks the hallway. He turns, and you recognize the familiar pastry, magic, and more insignia on his label. He fixes his gaze on IsoBel, and the expression on his face is anything but happy. Let's see. What are you doing back here? We went over this in the staff meeting this morning. I'm the only one who's covering this area. The VIPs are to be handled by managers only. You should be on the convention hall floor. I know, sorry. They sent me back here, but I think it was a prank. I know, sorry. They sent me back here. I think it was a prank. Looks like she was telling the truth that after she encountered with the guard, she's repeating everything you say verbatim. And you fell for that? You had specific instructions to stay on the show floor. Let's see, crap. Shit. Because both of these are a trap, basically. Because if she says I'm new here, then why would they have brought? Well, she still would have been at the meeting. Let's see, I don't know. I'm new here. Dang it. Oh boy. Let's see. I guess I'm new here. I know I'm new here. Yeah, no shit. I don't recognize... Yeah. Oh, no. You become dimly aware of a figure looming behind you in the convention hall. New here? You must be joking, man. You've been on that kiosk for 20 minutes now. Wait, excuse me, what? He leans in, gets in your face. You could taste the onions on his breath. I said that it's time to get off the damn demo kiosk. You've been hogging it for way too long, and there's a line here. Just give me 5 more minutes and it's all yours. Let's see. The problem is no matter what I say... Oh, God, IsoBel's in trouble. I said that's enough. I've been following the devs of the software for months now, and I traveled 17 hours to try it out myself. You do not get to tell me that I flew here for nothing. Get the hell off the kiosk or I'm calling security. See, Crap, because she's gonna say everything I say. Damn it.
By God's light, I smite you!
Hey, Vim. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, and this is the Forest of Memories. We're currently playing Shadowrun Hong Kong, and I am in a bit of a bind. Oh, boy. So, to explain, I currently have a team member behind those doors right there. She's literally repeating everything I say because she's not a very good socialite. Problem is, this dude who's now arguing with me wants to make use of this kiosk I'm standing in front of. But that's how I'm communicating with my friend. If I walk away from here, I can't help her. And I gotta dissuade this guy. What do I do?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hey, thanks, Foxy. Dang it. Okay. Alright, you know what? I work for the hotel's owner. Security team's gonna take my word over yours. Oh, yeah? And what do you do here exactly? He stands, hands on his hips, jaw thrust out. Tell me why I have to wait on you. See. He sounds skeptical. Why are you wearing one of our uniforms? See. See. Okay, we're good right now. We're working. Let's see. You work for the owner. So then you're not a pastry magic employee? He sounds skeptical. So then why are you wearing one of our uniforms? See. See. Ah, crap. I'm here to I'm here to gauge customer satisfaction with the show. We're trying to decide whether to host DECCON again in 57. Collecting candid interviews with convention goers and subcontractors is part of that. The Decker continues to stare. Huh. Well, did I pass? I mean, did you get what you need from me? I really want to get my hands on that software, and I'm not leaving until I do, but I don't want my eagerness to get in the way of the show coming back next year. I'm here to gauge customer satisfaction with the show. We're trying to decide whether to host DECCON again in 57. She levels her gaze at the catering manager. Collecting candid interviews with convention goers and subcontractors is part of that. Was that what this was? Some sort of weird interview? And I suppose that you're wearing one of our uniforms to throw me off balance. That kind of thing. To see if I'd make a scene. She nods. Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't. Please make a note of that in your report. In the convention hall, the Decker that you were arguing with backs away to a respectable distance. The catering manager steps aside to let IsoBel pass. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, boy, I feel like I just dodged how many bullets? Like, wow. Who would have known? Alright. That was a close one. Whew. Push the button. That's it. This way to the suites. Let's roll. Screw the bullet. You dodged a cannon. Yeah, no joke. Okay. Plan is not going to plan, but at least we're... Well, okay, the broad strokes are going to plan, not the small parts. Alright. This guy better be worth it, IsoBel. Knock, knock. As you burst through the door, you find yourself standing face to face with a small, heavily tattooed man. Small, he's my height. Geometric shapes of all descriptions trace their way from his temples down to his cheeks and neck to his shoulders. His eyes continue the motif. Each of his irises is a slanted rectangle. Rhombus looks at IsoBel and sighs. If he's surprised to see her, he doesn't show it. You finally want him back, huh? The memories that were locked away? I always knew that you would one day. But you got so hostile after the procedure. I didn't think you'd come around this soon. IsoBel glowers at him, her cheeks darkening. Oh, get bent, Rhombus. I got hostile with you because you got hostile with me. Like hell I did. I tried to give you some advice as a friend. If memory serves, you called me a patronizing bastard and slagged my deck. Was I just supposed to take that without punching back? Whoa, hang on a second. Isabel cuts in, her normally small voice growing raucous. I called you a patronizing bastard because that's what you were being. You wouldn't have taken that tone if I were a guy, or an orc, or a troll. You talked down to me like I was your little sister or something. Well, guess what? I'm not. Whoa, hold up. I talked that way to you because... She shouts over him, cutting him short. Also, punch back? That's a funny way of putting it. You tailored an ESP to troll all of my posts on Shadowland. What kind of prick would do a thing like that? Okay, kids. Jesus. Like, God, I feel like I'm talking at, like, the coding club here. Y'all need to calm down. His face goes beet red and his chest puffs out. The kind whose cat you had killed, you little monster! Captain Whiskers was just a house cat. He didn't have anything to do with this. Jesus! What is this? What is this war between you two? Trolling each other in the Matrix, smashing decks, killing cats? Good God! She rears back in indignation. That wasn't me. I would never hurt a cat. If I'm gonna have someone killed, it would have been you. Both of you... Can't believe I have to say this. Both of you, shut up! Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Oh well. You're the muscle, I take it? You and your jarhead friend over there? He nods at Duncan. She brought you along to beat the information out of me, huh? It's just a job. Nothing personal. He scoffs at Isabel, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Typical. Calm down. I'm not gonna beat you up unless you force me to. Isabel blinks up at you. But I want you to... I can't believe this is happening to me. All over me trying to do you a favor. He shakes his head at Isabel. That'll teach me to try to give a friend some advice, I guess. That's the second time you've said that. This whole feud started over you trying to give Isabel advice. Yes! I don't even remember what we were talking about. I think, maybe I was telling her what kind of RAM to pick up for a deck. Something like that. It was a long time ago. It wasn't what you said, Rhombus. It was how you said it. She stares at him, fuming. And the argument was nothing. It was what you did after the argument that was unforgivable. Taking the moral high ground isn't going to work for you here. You attacked me first, and for no reason. Okay. From what I'm getting here, you both hate each other. But you were friends, right? Once. I guess. You guess? You let me perform amateur brain surgery on you. Hell, you begged me to. We were friends, Isabel. Good friends. And then you went and messed it all up. Amateur brain surgery? Okay, hold on. Please explain what that means. What the hell has this been about? Why would she... Oh. Oh, I think I get it. Oh, no. Okay, so context. For those who haven't been here to see some VOD, or haven't been for the streams or have not seen the VODs of this game, Isabel grew up in the walled city, and a lot of messed up shit happened in there. A lot of messed up shit. So much so that she refuses to talk about it. And I'm willing to bet that there was stuff that even the stuff she won't talk about, there's probably even worse stuff that she literally had removed from her head. Remember, he did say, he said when we first saw him, I figured you would want those memories back. It's almost like she wants her memories put back in. And, oh God. Oh God. Okay. Amateur brain surgery. My memories. The ones about my childhood. The ones that I'd lost. They aren't gone. They're in headwear storage. Locked away behind an encryption key. I've got them. But I can't see them without it. That was your idea, is... Keeping them, I mean. You told me to hold on to the key for you, just in case you ever needed them back. I know, Rhombus. But after everything that had happened, I couldn't just ask you to. You want the encryption key for the memories that were locked away? It's yours. I don't envy you the pain that you'll feel when you unlock them. but they belong to you. He keys a series of buttons in on his PDA, and IsoBel's PDA buzzes a minute later. There. Check your inbox. You've got the key. Do with it what you will. I was holding on to it for you anyway. IsoBel blinks confusedly. But I thought we were enemies now. We were, but there was no reason for us to be. Just take the key and go. Have a nice life. He waves her off. He looks exhausted. There. See how easy that was? I'm sorry, Rhombus. I didn't know how things got as bad as they did, but I'm sorry. Her voice goes solemn. I'm going to find out what happened to Captain Whiskers. I promise you that. That'd be nice of you, Iz. I'd appreciate it. Almost bashfully, his gaze flits to the ground. He looks away and color surges to his cheeks. Oh, and Iz, I've got something of an admission to make. She rolls her eyes. Look, I get it, Rom. You've always liked me. I hate to break it to you, but it was never that big of a secret. And I know that's why you... His eyes go wide. He raises his hands, palms out, and shakes his head. What? No, no, that's not it at all. I mean, you're a nice girl and all, but just... No. Color rushes to her cheeks. But then what? My panic button. He flips his sleeve inside out, and you can see a blinking red LED embedded in the fabric. I tripped it when you broke in. The cops are on their way. But wait, don't freak out. I'll call them off for you. Oh. She shuffles her feet and looks away. Thanks. Hey, what are friends for? You just wait here. I'll go meet them in the hall and draw them off to another room. Shouldn't take 2 seconds. Oh, and Iz? It was nice catching up with you. Good luck with the whole memory thing. You're gonna need it. She nods mutely. Rhombus takes off at a run, then disappears down the hall. Hello, security. I had to flee room 203. Quick, get me out of here. Huh. Nice guy. We're in position and we've secured the target. Let's get out of here. Ew, affection. Nice. See? Didn't even have to spill a drop of blood. Wasn't easy, but I mean, I almost had a heart attack, but it worked. The bus trip back to Kaitak is quieter than the ride in was. Your fellow passengers sit crumpled in their seats, barely moving, barely speaking. Their DECCON 2056 t-shirts hang loose on their frames, and their once cherished guest badges have been crumbled into their pockets. You've seen more lively groups on their way to the morgue. IsoBel looks up at you, her eyes full of the same post-con fatigue that you see in everyone else's. She gives you a small smile and taps her temple with a fingernail. You got what you came for. Show's over. Time to go home. Ooh, yeah, she came close. She came very close to getting us all killed. Anyway, we should probably go check on her now. It was a personal thing, so... Hey, Duncan! What's up, bro? The clanking of metal, followed by grunts from hard exercise, erupt from the hatchway of Wu's cabin. The first thing you notice when you enter is its renewed cleanliness. The food cans are gone, and his equipment is neatly laid out on his bedding. Everything's in place. The next thing you notice is the smell. It's like a middle school locker room in July. Ah! The fact that I know what that smells like. Wu finishes his jumping jacks and grabs a towel off his bunk. His exposed flesh gleams with perspiration. Hey. How's it going? Better. He scrubs his sweaty head with a towel. I let myself wallow for a while, but now it's time to turn things around. We have work to do. What's your deal? What'd you think about the run with IsoBel? That was the first convention I'd ever been to. Heard about him, but I'd never been to one. He shakes his head. Some people have too much time on their hands. Anyway, we got IsoBel her software, or encryption key, or whatever the hell it is she wanted. I don't know, Zaruk. Somehow I came out of this feeling like a neighborhood bully shaking down a skinny kid for his lunch. But if it can help us, well, whatever. Are you still thinking about Edward's song? He rubs the towel under his arms, compartmentalized him. Edward's song is a topic in a file cabinet in my head. I'm only thinking about Raymond now, finding out what happened to him, what really happened to him. Taking it a moment at a time, huh? That's me, Mr. Focus. He continues stretching. We're getting close to the plastic-faced man, Duncan. I know. I haven't stopped thinking about him since we first saw him in that video. The one where he attacked Raymond in the tea house. He wipes down one side of his neck with a towel, folds it, and wipes down the other side. Listen, Zaruk, I'm not going to press you to take me with you when you head out to snatch him. You take the right job, people for the job, and then you get the job done. Okay? But I want to be there when you interrogate him. I want to hear what he has to say with my own ears. You gonna have a problem with that? No, of course not. Good. We're brothers. I'd hate to have to mess you up. He flashes his pearly whites. Like I said, you could take me with you on the run or not, it's your call, but I intend to be there for the fun part. Oh, we'll both have fun with Mr. Plastic Face. Good. Let's go to town on him and together. He drops his towel on the bunk. This is the guy who knows what the hell's going on. The one who may have killed Raymond. I'm gonna squeeze him until I find out what his fucking ancestors know. Just promise me that you'll be able to control yourself. Otherwise, we are gonna have a problem. This is Raymond we're talking about. He drops his hands to his side and closes the gap between you. His voice is calm, sober, deliberate. I'm not gonna screw this up. I promise. You know, you told me you were resentful when I took off, but maybe it was about how Raymond handled that thing with Double Tray. Nah, it was about you disappearing for 8 years without a word, but we're past that now. He pulls his right elbow across his chest with his left hand and getting a good stretch, but that was a messed up night. A lot of things happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if some emotions got jumbled together. Feelings about the way I handled things? That was part of it, sure. I'm still carrying that around, but mostly it was about Raymond. We'd butted heads before. I'd broken plenty of his rules in the past, but I'd never seen him so disappointed. I'm still not sure why. Never figured it out. Why don't you walk me through it from the beginning? Start with when Lockjaw showed up at Ray's house. He groans. So this was 2045, years after the summer we moved in with Raymond. We hadn't seen Double Tray or Lockjaw or any of the gang in forever. Raymond's rules. No contact with our hoodlum friends. No visiting the squat to check up on them. Right. Your past is just a story. You can accept that, your past loses all power over you. He wrinkles his nose. You don't sound anything like him. The way I remember it, we woke up in the middle of the night and there was Lockjaw standing in our room, covered in blood. My first thought was Raymond was going to kill us. Can you imagine? There's a teenage Salish Indian covered in blood in our bedroom, and my first thought was that I was going to get in trouble for it, as I might get in trouble for it. I mean, we just started our new life. We were safe for the first time ever. We didn't want to blow it. I know I didn't want to go back to the Barrens. We had it good at Raymond's. Boo throws his elbow behind him and twists at the waist. So Lockjaw's bleeding all over our bedroom and your whisper yelling, "Where's DT? What happened to Double Tray?" 5 minutes later, we're dressed in black and on our way back to the Barrens. We had to. Of course, if it wasn't for Double Tray, neither of us would be here right now. DT was the one who took us to the teen center and introduced us to Raymond. Man, that was a messed up night. The 162s had overrun the Leary squat, better positioned to take on the nukes. Benzo and Tusk were bleeding out. The Hernandez family was half-eaten. And little Joe, that streetwalker with the electric false eyelashes, was laying on the floor in 2 parts. But we got Double Tray out. He was the only one, though. He stares at his boot. I could still hear Lockjaw screaming as the ghouls took him down. When the 162s wanted something, they did not play. Anyway, all of that was just the lead up. He lets out a long, slow breath, but still, it speaks to my state of mind that night. Why I wouldn't back down when Raymond met us at the door. You two really went at it. We both had the strength of the righteous. You and I had broken his rules of loyalty out of gratitude. He just didn't get that. He never really understood where we came from. And now we know why. He wasn't just some do-gooder who took in some street kids. He was a rich guy used to getting his way. That's what made him so furious. I don't know, Duncan. I think it's because he thought we were playing him. I never thought of it that way before. He rubs his head, thinking. He didn't just think we'd broken his rules or that we'd backslid. He thought we were still street hoods, that we were milking him, using him. No wonder he was so angry. He felt betrayed. But you were able to get him to calm down and see reason. Get him to see my side of the story. And all you said was that one thing. The thing he said his mother used to say to him when he was being obstinate. What the hell was it? Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. He nods his head, remembering. Yeah, that intent to reply thing really got to him. He saw that every time I was talking, he was thinking of the next thing to say back. Using his mother's words on him really did the trick. I wonder what kind of childhood he had. He rubs his chin. But the way he looked at you after that... I know. I think that may have been part of why I left. Yeah, I get it. We're cool now. And as for Edward's song, maybe he's got mommy issues. He chuckles humorously. And who knows? Maybe I've got a few daddy issues to deal with too. I just should try and keep an open mind when we see him. Good talk, bro. So yeah, Duncan and the main character's backstory, you only learn about your character's upbringing and Duncan's upbringing if you keep talking to him. Otherwise, you're in the dark. That is one thing this game does really well, and it also worked well with Dragonfall. If you want to know your partners, you gotta talk to them. IsoBel half turns away from the octopus's main display. She looks at you, blinking. The memory stick that you acquired from Rhombus has already been slotted into one of the computer's mini expansion ports. The cherry red plastic that sheathes the stick looks slick and wet in the light. You did good back there. The run went well. Her eyes flit down to the memory stick. We got the stick, the key to my old memories. All I have to do now is slot it. You haven't unlocked your old memories yet? No, not yet. I mean, I can. It'd be as simple as plugging myself in and tapping a key. My old memories are all mine if I want them. But you're not sure that you want them. She nods. That's about the shape of it. I'm feeling hesitant about this. It isn't easy, you know. Shifting organic memories into headwear storage, wiping the originals and locking them away for safekeeping. That's corporate-level mind sculpting. Serious business. Locking the files away was important to you. I got that. Very important. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have let an amateur tinker with my brain in the corner of a derelict shopping mall. Whatever I've got up there, I was desperate to get rid of it. Makes a girl wonder why. Tell me, IsoBel, would it have been easier for you to just have Rhombus just wipe the memories instead? She blinks. Yes, much easier. Still not without risk, but you didn't do that. You had him move the memories into storage. Why? There's a long pause. Because I knew that one day I might need them. And today is that day. We need information on the walled city, and whatever's locked up away there could help. Another long pause. She stares at her feet, thinking. Finally, she looks back up at you. You're right. I know that. I knew it before we went to get the code. Just needed to talk through it with someone. Not Gobbet. Someone who could take the situation seriously. I needed to talk through it with you. Hey, what I'm here for. Without another word, she pulls a cable from a pile on the floor and slots it into the data jack. The other end disappears in one of the octopus's mini brains. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, rattling off a series of audible clicks. Finally, her thumb hovers over the execute key. All right, Remembrancer. Wish me luck. The key depresses with an audible click. Her eyes flutter and her cheeks flush with blood. Oh no. No, 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 no. She starts shaking her head from side to side, wringing her hands. A progress bar on the octopi's auxiliary monitor slowly climbs. Oh, fuck. Are you okay? The progress bar climbs to 100%. She snatches the cable back out of her data jack and covers her eyes with her hands. She's shivering. She clutches her temples in the palm of her hands. Now I remember why I didn't want these anymore. Well, they are your well, are you alright? No, I'm not alright. I'm the opposite of alright. She clutches at her skull like she's afraid it's gonna crack open. There's a lot of bad stuff in here. Things that happened to friends of mine, to relatives, things that I watched happen. No. It's okay. Breathe. They're memories. They can't hurt you. Yes, they can. Her voice is ragged and raw. These memories are crystal clear. It's like all of this shit happened yesterday. I can still remember watching friends die. I could see their screaming faces just as clearly as I did the day that it happened. It's like watching a Trid show, but it's my life and it's real. IsoBel. Focus. Is there anything in there that can help us? She screws her eyes shut in concentration, beads of sweat hanging heavy on her brow. Yes. It'll take time for me to sift through all of this. She opens her eyes again, looks up at you. I'll hold on to these memories for as long as I can. Hopefully long enough to reveal something useful. No promises beyond that. I'm not asking for promises. Just do your best. She gives you a weak half smile. I always do. One thing that does jump out at me. Rhombus archives some software up here. She taps her temple with a fingernail. It's sitting on top of the memories, all wrapped up like a present. Don't know why he did it, but it looks like a combat package. Combat package, you say? She nods weakly. Some sort of basic attack modification. I'll have to study it to be sure, but I think I can use it. Hey, this run worked out even better than I thought it would. Yeah, it's all very exciting. But for now, just give me some space, okay? She turns away, shivering. Like I said, it's going to take time for me to make sense of this stuff. All right, I'll check back with you later. She waves you away. Good. Go. Now. Not very good at the whole social thing, but you gotta give her credit. She's the best at what she does. Gobbet glances up at the sound of your approach, a slight smile across her face. Hey, pal! She puts her hands on her hips, sending madness scurrying. You ready for your next lesson? Absolutely. Hit me with it. Straight to business. She nods appreciatively. I like that. Good. This one's about Auntie Chung and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important. I'm all ears. All right, so here's the front-up lesson. Fixers are important. You can't just go on a Johnson yourself and get a job. Or you can't just go to a Johnson yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's a bad idea all around. Okay, go on. The reason why it's a bad idea to cut people like Auntie Chung out of your business is because you need someone to vet your clients. That's important. It protects the whole team. She takes in a breath and lets it out slowly. You, remember the last lesson from last time? The one about Sue and the shiny object? Yeah. Well, after that run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Sue had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All that we had to do was keep things safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We'd killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standards. Hanu and Egret got good and drunk in record time. Sue went back into his cabinet with the shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It'd been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds? Yeah, yelling maybe? I was groggy, and they were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 a.m. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual, but something felt off somehow. That'd be your subconscious trying to warn you of something. She nods. Yeah, it's a lot like a panic attack, really. That full body certainty that something is wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know, and if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out into the hallway, and my foot slipped. I came down hard, landed on my ass, and found myself sitting in a pool of blood. So, real quick, let's address what she mentioned about how there's that feeling in your body that lets you know that something is wrong. That is not an exaggeration. That is an actual thing. Your body, like, even though we don't use it anymore, our brains still have the old survival instincts thing. And if you're ever in a situation where something is wrong, even if you can't figure out all the pieces, your body will let you know that something is wrong. And I highly advise listening to it. Trust me, I can speak from family experience. Some of my family members have told me horror stories about situations they were in where their bodies told them to get the fuck out, and they got the fuck out. So, not like anything murderous or anything like that, but, yeah. I can give a little bit of one. I'm not going to say which family member it was. So, this family member was, going on a date with somebody. And their date took them to this, how can I describe it? Basically took them to this party hall, basically. And the people in this party hall were shooting up drugs, drinking like it was the end of the world, and doing far worse, honestly. And the only reason my family member got out of there without being pulled in is because it just so happened that the leading band member, because they had a live band performing there, the leading band member knew my family member. And actually, while they were practicing, got off the stage, walked over to my family member and looked them dead in the eye and said, "What the fuck are you doing here? Like, you should not be here. This is not the place for you. You do not want to be seen here. You need to go. Like, for your own good, go." And my family member decided to get while the getting was good. So, yeah. If your and my family member did say they were getting that feeling of their body saying, run, go, 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 go. So yeah, if your body tells you to GTFO, GTFO. That's not good. She shakes her head, grimacing. No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious by this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was the shiny object might have, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in that warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shot that off pretty quick, though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and then rather than pay us for the job, he'd sent another team to take it away. So what'd you do? I got up and beelined it for Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing that the sinking ship had to a leader, and the strongest rat shaman on the raft. If the raft was under attack, that's probably what I would have done, too. Yeah, seemed like the right thing at the time. If there was a retrieval team coming for the shiny object and they were strong enough to handle Sue while he was holding it, what chance would I have had of stopping them on my own? I figured that it was time to bring up the big guns. Malvina was one whom I could get them from. I passed some pretty bad stuff on my way down to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Shuyan's vault all over again. The torn up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people who'd been cut apart with machetes, scorch marks on the container walls. Good God! You poor girl, how much have you seen? Like, really, how much have you seen in your life at this point? How many people, how many bodies, how many people have you seen just massacred? Good God, someone, ugh. And she's still smiling. She bites her lip, grimacing at the unpleasant memories stewing in her head. Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of that shiny object, that heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake. That'd be my cue to bail out. I wouldn't have wanted anything to do with that thing. I didn't either, believe me. But whatever was happening on board, it was killing people, and messily at that. I didn't want to risk getting cut down on my way to a life raft. Besides, Sue was my friend and the leader of my team. I thought that I had a chance to help him, so I took it. I sprinted down the last stretch of corridor to Malvina's cabin. I can't tell you what a relief it was to put my shoulder into the door, to feel it pop open, and to go tumbling into that room. And then somebody smashed a gun in my face. It was Cadmus, my friend. He jammed the muzzle of his Super Warhawk into my cheek so hard that it hurt. He then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder, I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused. Note to self, if Oi ever comes under attack, don't start knocking down my friend's doors. Yeah, that's a good note. Wish I had you there at the time to keep me from doing it. She smiles weakly. Adrenaline and abject terror can make a girl do some stupid things, I'll tell you what. The smile on her face dies. She looks away. Anyway, it wasn't an attack. There were no hostile invaders on the sinking ship, and our client had nothing to do with what was going on. Turns out, there was no client. Sui had lied to us. To me. Because he wanted the shiny object for himself. What he wanted to do was take the sinking ship away from Malvina, and so he used us to steal him something that he could use to foment a mutiny. He pauses for a minute, gathers her rats in her hands and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair. As it turns out, betrayal hurts. Seattle? Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. Sui had been a friend. I just risked my life to save his, like 4 hours ago, and he tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable. So what'd you do? What could I do? I didn't have a whole lot of options, and Cadmus was kind of on edge, like red-faced and screaming. So I opened my mouth and I fast-talked my way out of it. I started off by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo on the sinking ship, swearing my undying friendship. You know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with a Warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Sui. That was brave of you. I know, right? Not my style at all, but then I didn't really have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard who was tearing our friends and neighbors apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into too many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Sui's indiscriminate use of the shiny object let a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been. Did you get a good view of them this time? Yeah, I wish that I hadn't, but I did. I don't really know how to describe the things. They were like animals, but wrong. Too many tails, bones in the wrong places, huge open sores, that kind of thing. They were spirits manifested in physical form, I think. Most of them took the form of rats, swarms of insects, rotting things, all the pestilence tropes. Sometimes there were colonies of things, all tangled together and moving as one. Not the sort of thing I want to see again. Ever. So anyway, long story short, I got the shiny object back from Sui. Wasn't easy, but I got it. How'd you manage that? Lies and misdirection. Trickery. Rat helped. Some of the things that Sui let loose actually came in handy. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I managed to trick my way past Sui's supporters in the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. Wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object, and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damn thing, and I got back to Malvina. And? Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Sui ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Sui's side lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everyone that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea and all that. After the pronouncement, she turned on the surviving mutineers. Honu was one of them. He'd been in Sui's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for our people in our economic bracket, that was as good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet that they're all dead by now. In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them. Wait, why leave? I had to go. We may have washed the blood off the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I'd loved anymore. And as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. We parted on good, but sad terms. And as you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny, I haven't even thought of Malvina or the sinking ship in years. Not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson, and it all came flooding back in. She pauses, turning to you. That's the story. It's finished. But I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front, because it's important. We need Auntie Chung to bring us work. That's obvious. But we also need her to keep us honest, to be sure that we, on the team, are playing straight with one another. Auntie Chung's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us. And that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Chung, or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship. It could happen again in Haoi. So anyway, that's the lesson. If you got follow-up questions, go ahead and ask them. What happened to Sui? That walk-in colostomy bag was already dead, eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Colostomy bag? Colostomy? I don't know how you say that. Turns out he wasn't very much good at controlling them without it. Her voice fills with grim satisfaction. He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail. Huh. What'd Malvina do with the thing? Well, first she used it to get rid of the things that Sui had let loose, then she probably put it away for safekeeping. Probably still there on the sinking ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held under lock and key. She should have tossed it into the bay. Yeah, agreed. I didn't like it either. But then she'd already proven that she could handle the thing, and it did help her put down Sui's mutiny. Plus, she's a shaman. We deal with dangerous magic beyond mortal kin on a daily basis. It's not that weird for us. Hey, if you say so. Like I said, I'd have preferred if she ditched the thing, but in the end, it wasn't my choice to make. From what little I've heard, she's still in power over there, so I guess it worked out okay. Thanks, Gobbet. Sure. And Seattle? Thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think they help me too. And it's nice to be taken seriously every now and again. No problem. I look forward to the next one. Yeah, me too. And get a move on. I've got Gobbet things to do. I love this team so much. They're all a bunch of weirdos, but I love them. Let's go talk to Gaichu, see if he has anything to say. The cabin is silent, aside from the occasional swish of air as Gaichu steps through sword forms. He holds each stance for a few seconds, practicing a given swing a few times before switching to the next. Hello, Remembrancer. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he holds his position. After a few moments, he shifts to a relaxed stance, starting the form again. Pardon me for continuing my exercises. I feel that I have been letting them slip as late. You worried you're getting rusty? No, that is not quite it. Rather, I wish to learn to bring my enhanced strength and speed to bear. In order to do so, I must ensure that my blindness does not hinder me. Perfection is a journey, not a destination. He lifts his sword, offering an edge first towards you. Do you see that edge? Forged by one of the finest swordsmiths in modern Japan. Diamond-coated edge, capable of cutting even the most hardened ceramic armors. But what good is a sharpened edge without the precision to apply it? While I was still a man, I could have cut a single pea in half with my eyes closed. Oddly, after becoming blind, I cannot replicate this feat. Running the back of a claw along the blade's surface, he smiles thinly. I think soon I will be able to perform this feat again. I simply have to train my body to ignore the senses that it no longer has, and pay attention to the new ones. Now, what is it that you would like to discuss? Has it been difficult to learn to fight while blind? It is not the easiest thing I have attempted, but neither is it the hardest. Placing his sword off to one side, Gaichu turns to face you. Emptiness is form, is one of the great lessons of the Hagakure. Train sufficiently, and both swordsmanship and obedience will come instinctively. That is the closest to perfection a man can attain. Does that mean that in a perfect world, you would have, I don't want to sound like a dick, but does that mean in a perfect world you would have killed yourself when you got infected? If an order should be unjust or foolish, it should not be followed. To waste a skilled warrior as they would have by killing me, it is unacceptable. Obedience without a thought is to be cultivated, but so is the mortal fortitude to know when to disagree. When I was new to the unit, I thought that to be a good samurai was the ultimate goal, and to serve justly with dedication was the greatest honor a warrior could have. We were all young and foolish once, I suppose. There's probably a place for that kind of obedience somewhere. Certainly, those that join the Red Samurai are universally the sort to seek a rigid hierarchy to live within. If I had not become infected, I never would have questioned it. As it was, I still did not question it until my unit ambushed me in Fukuoka. We were taught that we were superior to everyone, that since we were pure humans and Japanese, we would always win. I believe that most never question the validity of this claim, even when confronted with direct evidence to the contrary. Can you tell me about when your old unit ambushed you? Very well. He draws his nails over his scalp, sighing. My time in Fukuoka was tense. Since leaving Kihanshin, I had been very careful to stay out of sight by moving on foot or in the back of automated delivery vans. I was running out of food, however, and I needed to be in a city for that. Fukuoka is just big enough to get lost in, but not so large that a ghoul sighting could go unnoticed. I hid in abandoned buildings and stormed drainage systems, and for 2 weeks I managed to stay hidden. The strain of having to constantly move was wearing on me, however. I made a mistake. Wait, what happened? I had to get out of Japan, but all of my contacts in Fukuoka had come up empty-handed when I asked for a way to China. I was running low on money, and I could feel the team catching up with me. A contact of mine in Kumamoto owed me a favor and arranged passage for me if I could reach the city in 48 hours. Gaichu closes his eyes, resting his face in one palm. If I had taken my time, I could have made it to Kumamoto without incident. But I let caution slip when I got his email. I thought that if I disguised myself, I could take the train there, get out before my unit got any closer to finding me. I still don't know how they found me. Magical tracking, perhaps, or simply a well-developed spy network. Regardless, they found me. They were waiting for me at Hakata Station. It was an ambush. That's a very public place for an ambush. It is. I suspect their orders were clear, however. Do whatever it takes to kill me. Civilians expendable. For units like the Red Samurai, ordinary laws do not apply. The mission's success is the only concern. I had taken steps to disguise myself as best I could, relying on the sheer number of people to conceal my presence. I suspected that the team might attack while I was in public, but I did not realize just how expendable the civilians were. When they blew the C4 charges over the station's western entrance just to box me in, I realized how much I had underestimated them. I assumed that a train had derailed, honestly, but then I smelled the telltale acrid vapor of explosives. That would be the cordite. Gaichu wrinkles his nose at the memory. Once you smell it, you never forget. The plastic explosive that had been used had a particularly sharp odor, like old cheese. Something to do with an old factory tagant added to help track it if it is stolen. I remember stumbling through the dust and debris, trying to find my way to the rail platforms. They attacked from all sides, using the confusion to strike at me. I could hear Ishida and Takagawa behind me. Aomori and Sasaki charged out of an access corridor just ahead of me where I had been standing. Sasaki threw a firewall down behind me, cutting off retreat while Aomori started firing. It sounds like you didn't have much of a choice but to defend yourself. He nods, his lips pursed. Yes, that is so. Training took over. I knew I had to survive, and I was not thinking of anything but survival. So I charged Sasaki and Aomori. They were only 15 meters away from me. The only advantage I had was that they were as blinded by the dust as I was, but I could still hear and smell them. Sasaki threw a lightning bolt at me, but I managed to roll under it. As I came up, Aomori's light machine gun was swiveling down. I felt time stretch out as I stared down the barrel. I caught Aomori in the throat with the tip of my sword. It was a maneuver I had practiced hundreds of times before. There was no resistance as I cut through his trachea, and he fell as I rolled to the side. I could hear him choking for breath as he dropped. He exhales a humorless laugh and shakes his head. It is strange to think how clear that memory is, even now. When the adrenaline is pumping, you form memories with more clarity. Certainly, that is true. But I remember that strike so clearly for an entirely different reason. It was in that strike that I realized who I truly was. What did it mean that I, an infected monster that was less than a beast, could still defeat the finest soldiers in the world? Red Samurai doctrine taught Aomori and the others not to fear me, and this overconfidence would be their death. I realized I had progressed beyond their ability to understand. My sword was as accurate as ever, but they could not account for it due to ideological blindness. That's the danger of letting ideology overrule facts. Precisely. All those years, I was worried I was not good enough to be a member of the Red Samurai, that somehow they had been pulling my weight, but I had been blind to all of the ways in which we were not training, or had avoided the harsh truths about our own abilities. We were so often told of our excellence that I wondered if we had ever truly been tested. Sasaki was the next to fall. As I turned away from Aomori, I realized she must have seen me strike him. Her eyes were wide, and I could feel her fear and anger as she tried to summon another spell. She seemed caught between healing Aomori and attacking me. Gaichu taps himself on the forehead, just above his right eye. It was there, on Sasaki, a downward stroke from Jodan's stance. She had hesitated, just as Aomori had. I felt the breath go out of her, like someone had deflated a tire. She just slid down into a pile. I think she was trying to ask me how, when I ran. What about Ishida and Takagawa? My goal was survival, not victory. Takagawa was too far away, and I did not see Ishida. I only smelled him, so I ran. The trains had been shut down due to the explosion, but as long as I could get out of Hakata Station, I knew I could escape. They did not follow me out into the city proper. From what I heard via the Matrix, the event was reported as a terrorist attack that was thwarted by brave Renraku soldiers. He snorts, lips curling downward. Brave, foolish soldiers. Oh, got it. I can do that. Welcome, anime lover. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. There we go. Let's have over here. What does perfecting yourself mean to you, anyway? I do not know. I am certain that sounds like an evasion, but it is not. There is no roadmap for being a ghoul who is also a freelance killer. I only know that my instincts are stronger now than they were when I was an ordinary man. Because of this, I must learn to make my own way in this world. There is no older teaching for me to reach for. He suddenly cocks his head. Is that why you are concerned about my history with the Red Samurai? Of course, I want you to make the most of your new life. Got you blink several times. His surprise evident. That is remarkably kind of you. Were this a year or more ago, I would not believe you. But after having seen how you handle the Wampuans, however, I do. I am no longer simply a man. That is a fact of my life. I am beyond that. I do not know if I am better for it, but I know that I am different for it. The fact that I am different, however, cannot be denied. I put a question to you then. If you had been changed into a ghoul, what would you do? How would you improve yourself and learn to live with your condition? I have no idea. Because that's a road I can't even consider. I've never been in your position. A fair point. That is why I struggle with it. I know what I must eat, how I must live. The changes are not only physical, as I mentioned before. My mind is more instinctive now, and reasoning is much more difficult. I tend to react quickly, without thought, but that also generally will turn the tide in my favor. Gaichu squares himself, nodding several times as if agreeing with his own internal dialogue. Warriors must learn to push their body and soul to the utmost limit. So too is with me, but my body and soul are no longer that of a man. I must learn to use these differences as an advantage, rather than a handicap. Perfection is not a destination. It is a journey. One must strive to become the purest form of oneself that one can be. So what will you do about your unit when they come looking for you in Hong Kong? I am unsure. You have given me a great deal to consider, and I do not mean that lightly. There are several actions and possible outcomes I foresee. I could, as I have before, relocate to another city, flee Hong Kong, travel to somewhere farther afield, Lagos perhaps, or Montreal. It would have to be someplace where Renraku's influence was minimal, and where the unit's presence would be immediately noticeable. This had been my plan of action in the past. I could also keep a low profile staying here, hope that they are unable to find precisely where I am hiding. Undoubtedly, Ishida would command the team to come looking. I believe it would only be a matter of time before they found me. But if it were a sufficiently long time, they might be recalled. I could also confront them, draw them out in the open at a time, and place of my choosing. They are nothing if not predictable in their efforts to follow Red Samurai operational doctrine. That plan could succeed, but it could also put you and civilians at risk. And I am unsure how I would draw them out in the first place. You can't just run forever. They're gonna... Again, placing it... If Ishida's the guy... If he says Ishida's that good, then hiding and running do nothing. They'll just keep looking. And if you're worried about me, don't be. I'm gonna be there with you. You need to find a way to fight. He sighs, shoulders slumping. I am unsure if that is the wisest course of action. I'm going to need to think about this a great deal. Please, let me think on this. I will have an answer later. Sure thing. I feel for the guy. The fact that he's literally, like, having to live on the run. Just, I get it. Still. Gotta give him credit. He's not, I mean, he's perfectly stable and sane. So, he can do it. But again, if they're as dedicated as he said before, then there's no way he can just hide from them. And running away solves nothing either. They'll find him. So, yeah. I know fighting is never, like, again, like the saying goes, just because I don't want to fight doesn't mean I can't. Let's see. Go. Save. Let's go take this other job. I kind of forgot what it was. Go to meet with Dreamland, see what she knows. Oh, right, this is to find the plastic-faced man. The tenement that Dreamland lives in smells of mold and desperation. The people living here are the kind who don't want to be found. Okay, this is the right place. Remembrancer, Emily should be in the first apartment. Is she alone? Should be. I haven't heard anything about her having company. I distantly remember hearing about some old boyfriend who might still be in the mix. Even if he isn't here in Hong Kong. I do know that she's in danger, though. There's a bunch of big money execs who are holding a grudge over some activist activities that she used to be into. Emile's from Berlin, but she moved to Hong Kong after the F-state collapsed. The Schockwellenreiter. Wellenreiter. That's the group that she worked for. We're supposed to protect her, but they've got their own problems to deal with now. I guess that she's decided she'd be safer on her own. I heard about the fall of the F-state. I'm not up on world politics. An experiment in sustained institutional anarchy. Great environment for a Shadowrunner, but it ended up just like communism did. Another pipe dream. The government gave the corporations the go-ahead to invade last year, and they forced the anarchists to retreat to the eastern part of the city. Now Berlin's run by the Corps, just like Hong Kong. I bet they wind up building a wall again. Wouldn't put it past them. So you mean to tell me all the stuff we fought for, all the things we believed in Dragonfall were pointless? Great. So how do we handle this friend of yours? No clue, really. I've never met her in meat space. Just be your charming self. I'm sure that everything will work out just fine. Great. Thanks. Goody goody. Let me just put my silver tongue to use and I guess we'll be fine. The apartment is no better than the hallway. Empty fast food cups and packages of dried snack food are strewn around the room. In the corner, a box of cat litter sits, filled to overflowing. You don't see any cats. Oh my god. There's a patched-together Matrix terminal sitting on a stack of crates connected to a banged-up cyberdeck. Within arm's reach of the cyberdeck is a 20-something woman with pale white skin, dirty blonde hair, and a bleak expression. Emily looks at the desk slung across Isabel's back. So you're Isabel, huh? I didn't expect. A dwarf? Isabel coughs nervously. Yeah, I get that a lot. No. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. The woman has a soft German accent and a dour disposition. I should never have agreed to this, Isabel. She groans. I should never even responded to your message. If the oligarchical swine who've been hunting me find out where I am, it won't find out from us. She searches your eyes with her own. You can see the intelligence in there, but it's hard to get past her sullen manner. This is the man I told you about. He needs the software that you developed to inhibit your cortical implant. He needs what? Her tone is sharp. Her eyes flash daggers at Isabel. I don't think I should be getting into this. I need your help, Emily. That's great. That's great, Remembrancer. Now go away. I got my own problems to deal with. She pulls out a near-empty packet of German cigarettes and lights the last one. In case you're not up to current events, I've got a kick line of mercs and bounty hunters after me. Messing around with the headwear that the Schockwellenreiter installed in me is the last thing on my mind. Look, this is important. I need that software you created so I can find out what happened to my father. Your father, huh? Sounds rough. Is he dead? I doubt it. At least I don't think he's dead yet. That's why this is important. She softens. Been there, or something like that. It's the ambiguity that'll kill you. She considers for a moment. Okay, give me a minute. She grabs her cyberdeck and jacks into it. Her jaw goes slack and her fingers hover over the keyboard, tapping keys at a blinding speed. When she finishes, she jacks out and ejects a data stick from the deck. Here. She hands you the stick and a taser gun with masking tape wrapped around the grip. Modify this taser with it and use it on your target. The jolt should stop the memory wipe process before it starts. Here's a little something for the effort. Thanks. It'll help. She sighs. I wish every problem was this easy to solve. Neural Inhibitor. A custom-made weapon, usable at mid-range, deactivates the target's neural wipe and leaves them stunned. The effect takes 3 rounds to sedate the target. Whoop. Hey, Kingity, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller. We're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong tonight.
Then pay with your blood!
Then pay with your blood! Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Alright. You save real quick, and then we'll go do that. Speaking of which, for anyone who's here, I'm pretty sure it's going to be used a lot tomorrow, because that's when I'm streaming Oblivion. Yeah. Should have paid the fine. But if y'all look in my sound bit collection below, it's my most expensive redeem. It's 1,000 bits, but it is, I think it's worth it. And I think it's going to get a lot of use in the Oblivion streams, but it's still really good. So, and if you've lived on the internet like I have, you know what it is. So, let's see. The MTR, yep, go to Shek Kip Mai and acquire the Plastic Face Man's itinerary. Alright, so we're going to want to take Duncan, Gaichu, and let's take IsoBel. So I just wanted to check that. The extraction. IsoBel has modified a taser to introduce Dreamland's cortical inhibitor program into the Plastic Face Man's neural network. That should stop his headwear from completing a memory wipe and allow you to interrogate him for information about Raymond Black. But first, you'll need to find him. Kinley Chang's made contact with an underground information broker named Zhao Ji, who has managed to obtain the Plastic Face Man's complete itinerary. With it, you can choose the time and place to perform an extraction and find out what he knows. Zhao Ji works out of an abandoned night market in Shik Kip Mai, the Xing House Court. Alright. Alright, I've still got it. Anything else I've got in here? Wild one. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, the Argonian lore dragon. We'll see him tomorrow, Draken. Meet with Zhao Ji. Man, this looks bad. Ding dong. Knock, knock. Hello, housekeeping. Boss is in the back. Go on through. Okay, thanks. Ah, that must be the boss. The dwarf is the queen of her little hive, a nattering swarm of snitches, stoolies, and spies. Avarice gleams in her eyes. They dart around you, taking in morsels of information so quickly they appear to vibrate. She mumbles little mnemonic rhymes to herself as she tags and labels you all. Ah, yes, the new on-the-scene runner Remembrancer. She rocks in place, humming a soft reply to herself. My friend in Heoi said you'd be coming to see me. I have a friend, too. She says you're the one to see about finding Li Tai Long. Oh, yes, I am. I definitely am. Her eyes widen with the joy of her job, and she hums her little hum. Very timely, Inta. Very timely. I have his complete up-to-the-minute itinerary. Where he'll be, who he'll be with, security coverage, the deluxe dackage. You mean package. Not much. You must be very good at your job. Zhao Ji's expression oozes with cunning. You are very kind to say so. Yes, very, very kind. Unfortunately, I don't believe we can transact business today. I received another offer. A better offer, to take it off the market just before you arrived. From who? Li Tailung's client. I believe you know the company? She fumbles with her fingers a bit. I feel really bad about this, but the offer was too good to pass up. Way too good. You don't want to work for Josephine Song. That's the thing, Rembrandtser. I do. Attaching to myself to her is very smart, very smart. Song's big in Hong Kong and getting bigger. She's already on the executive council and is a front runner for the next chairperson position. Zhao Ji fumbles with her fingers a bit more. She can't make eye contact with you. And all I need to do is make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Ambush! You stupid, stupid bitch. Now you're gonna die for it. I hope the money was worth it. Willing to bet it wasn't. Moron. Let's see. Grenade. Nice. Let's see, switch to stance, is it? Heaven stance. Get her. Come on, you gotta hit those. That's more like it. Got her. Take that, you dumb bitch. Never double cross in Shadowrun. Unless you know you can win, never double cross. Got him. Ow. Then pay with your blood. Fire. Come on, hit him. Hit him again. There you go. Nice. Nice shot. Right. Let's get this guy. There we go. Reload the grenade launcher. Okay, why are you shooting the ghoul when the people you should be worried about are the dudes who are literally pumping you full of rounds? Thank you for the stretch and the posture check and the hydrate. I appreciate it. Blast him. Come on, Duncan. Got him. Nice shot. Another one. Get him. Once more. There we go. Ah, idiots. Why? Why? Zhao Ji left her computer unlocked. She plugs her deck into it and scans the screen. She has the plastic face man's complete itinerary. This will tell us everywhere he's going to be for the next 24 hours. We have the upper hand here. Let's play it safe and keep it that way. Sounds good to me. She pauses, accesses a few files, and does some searches. First, the bad news. He's got a security detail that drives him from place to place. 6 corporate agents, plus the driver. Anytime he's on the move, he's in a reinforced bulletproof limo. He's always got a personal bodyguard that's with him at all times. But there are some windows of opportunity we could take advantage of. When he's going someplace, they drop him off and leave him in the hands of local security, if any. The bodyguard stays behind, but the other 6 guards stay with the driver. The detail itself is shared by a few executives, so they will be with someone else until his next pickup time. The convoys are on a schedule managed by the master system at Song HQ. Okay, I've got 3 good leads here. I think we can run an extraction on any one of these. Number 1, the parking garage at Central Plaza. He's there for a meeting in an hour. We can grab him on the way out. It's still secured corporate property, so there will be resistance, but it's the weakest out of the corporate properties he visits. Plus side, there won't be any civilians. Access is limited, and he's listed as a VIP in their systems. Not bad. Enclosed spaces means he can't run. Next lead. Next one's a bit personal. Mr. Plastic has a mistress, visits her twice a week. Today's the day. He'll be at the Far UN Tower building for 2 hours. It's not corporate property, but it's privately owned. The management company has a security contract on it, so it's likely we'll have a fight on our hands trying to get out of there with him in tow. It'll be less crowded than the parking garage, but the lady might complicate things. This approach sends a message that is noteworthy. Whether you want to send that message is your business. And the last one? We have to grab him before he gets home tonight. Once he's home, we're screwed. He's staying in the Song Executive Arcology, guarded 24/7 by corporate security and 2 blocks from the Hong Kong Police Force HQ. The final location we could grab him in is the last stop for the evening. It's a locally owned public SimSense theater, a hole in the wall that specializes in underground horror flicks. He's there for an hour and 45 minutes, and a security detail will be all the way across town to pick someone else up. We'll probably have to deal with local police only, but this is a public theater. It's going to be packed with regular people just trying to take in a movie. Duncan? Garage is my pick. Cars in the garage will provide cover. Limited entrances and exits to worry about reinforcements. Small amount of collateral damage. The SimSense parlor and the apartment are going to end in blood. Maybe less of our blood, more of someone else's. I don't want that on my head. Got you? I see only downsides at each of these locations. It is up to you. IsoBel. The parking garage. It's a compromise. I think the benefits outweigh the downsides, but it will be a straight fight the whole way through. I've made my decision. Let's do the parking garage. It's a middle ground and no innocence. The call is made. We go with the middle ground. Look, I don't mind hitting a public place, but yeah, I'm with Duncan. We don't want civilians caught in the crossfire, and they could die, which is, yeah, that don't look good. Especially when the cops are looking for us. That's the thing. It's a public theater, and the cops are looking, and we still have an APB out on us. So, yeah, let's not do that. 0006. Really? That's your code? That's it? Huh. Okay. What's this? Some Nguyen. Med kit. And Cram. A designer amphetamine. Adds plus 3 AP and 2 movement for 1 right. Yes. I will take that. More AP is great. Can't access my stash here. We'll have to do it later. Alright, time to go. Pack up and head out. This is going to be a tough one. Alright, subdue him with the inhibitor. Alright, how long did it say it take? It said it took 3 rounds to work? So what, I gotta shoot him? Like, hold on. Deactivates the target's neural wipe and leaves them stunned. The effect takes 3 rounds to sedate the target. Okay? So just blast him and let it run its course, I guess. Game on, boys and girls. Ow. Got him. Next. Get him. Nice. Very nice. Exposition. Oh, we weren't double-crossed. It's the guy we're going after, Draken, we think is responsible for what happened to the main character and Duncan's father. That's why we're going after him. It has nothing to do with a double-cross. We just want info. Information is worth a lot of money in Shadowrun. Ow. Okay, they said there were 7 guards counting the driver. We killed 2, so these must be the I count 4 here. So secure Mr. Lee. Ow, which one's Mr. Lee? Ah, that's him. Got it. Okay, cool. Now we know what to now we know who to shoot. Or rather, not to shoot. Grenade! Oh, wrong weapon. Grenade! Grenade! Get him, Gaiju. Hit him again! There we go. Nice shot. Ow. Ooh, that's... Ooh. God. That's a big 50. You missed. Oh, IsoBel's down. We have to patch her up. Who's got, Ah, you do. Good. Get back here. I hate to bring Gaiju away. Hurry up. Okay. Now, stay in cover so you don't get shot again. Meanwhile... Got him. Nice shot, Duncan. Ow. Missed. Oh, come on. They said there was... Great. I thought you said there wasn't that much security. Ow. We're unbalanced. Great. Never goes the way you want it to. Pleasure to meet you as well, Demon Goddess. Welcome. I'm Zaruk Windcaller. The Guardian, High Remembrancer, and Arbiter of the Forest of Memories. We're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong tonight. Make yourself at home. Oh, boy. Yes. Get him! Do it again! Oh, we can't. Never mind. I'm guessing this is slightly aggravating you with all this. Yes! Dear God! They were just like, oh yeah, there'll be a little security plus his bodyguards. He didn't tell me his bodyguards were knight errant. That would have been nice. Yeah, remind me next time, next time let's say, hey, yeah, by the way, his bodyguards are one of the most elite corporate security forces out there. You probably know about that. Frag out. Dang it. Missed. Alright, gosh, there's like, we're stuck in a situation where there's plenty of cover for them and not a lot for us. Yeah, and this is a normal run in Shadowrun. Everything goes wrong in a Shadowrun run. Only easy day was yesterday. Come on, got you. Got him. Nice. Alright. Let's see what we can do. There he is. We just got to get close enough. But the problem is with so many of these guys around. I wonder... Maybe... Flashbang! Hey, that worked. They're stunned for a bit, so we can make use of that. Oop. Hey, Demon Goddess, thank you for the follow. Welcome and make yourself at home. You will find many friends and many people here who will love you no matter what. So please make yourself at home. And, consider this a home away from home. My job when I stream, or the way I see it, is to just give you a few hours away from reality where you can just relax, make new memories, relive old ones, or just chill. The world is a shitty place right now, and sometimes it's good to data dump. And yes, we do have a. You can follow me on my Twitter to get updates on our schedule. We do have a Discord as well if you want to come hang out with us there. And if you want to watch more of the streams I've done, we also have a VOD channel. So yeah, if only Inspiration did something cool in this game. I wish. Anyway, grenade. I love how it's literally called mini grenade launcher. It's a grenade launcher. Like, it's still a grenade launcher. There's no mini about it. Grenade! Dang it. Jeez, this guy shoots... Ah, crap. Alright, we might have a problem. Yeah, we might have a problem now. Because she's down... And none of us have trauma kits, so unless we bag this guy quick, we're in trouble. Alright, let's see. It's my turn, so let me get over there. Okay. Probably can pull it off. Night, night. Okay, 3 rounds. Oh, well, that's not good. IsoBel will be dead by then. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to reload then. Because again, we don't have any trauma kits, so if she's dead in 3 turns, then that's not good. So, reload. Good news is now we know what to expect. Okay. Weapons. Let's go. See if we can't get the jump on him. IsoBel, introduce him to a grenade, please. That'll work. How can you miss? They're right there. Oh, well. Fucking what could go wrong? A lot can go... You know, the funny thing is a lot can go wrong in this game. If anything, we had a mission earlier that proves just how wrong everything can go. Got him. No more armor for you. Get his ass. You stupid! Why would you stand right next to the barrel that... Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh! Interesting. Very interesting. We seem to have gotten the drop on them. Huh, how about that? Didn't know we could do that. This is good. That's good. That's very good. I like that. Let's see. So we need to be quick, because if we take too many rounds, more guys show up. So we need to get in here and do and to work quick. All right, so switch to Heaven Stance. Also, run up and use this med kit on him, because I don't want him to die that quick. There. Alright, got you. Let's get into cover so you don't get shot. Shuriken. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot better, because at least we're in a position where they all have to, like, funnel in here so we can shoot them. Hey, look. Look. Minwano, aka Jetstream Sam. If you're gonna quote anybody, you might as well quote one of the suavest dudes in games ever. I see. You deny your weapon its purpose. I mean, it's Sam. How can you hate Sam? Gotcha. Cheese. How you doing, Glitch? Don't want to kill him. Let's be careful. Oh, that guy just burned to death. All right. Okay, you're next.
Show love 100 glomp asterisk rar xd.
Hey babe, how you doing? How was work? Alright, he'll be unconscious in 2 more turns. And let's be real, nowadays, if you haven't played the game, everyone knows Metal Gear Rising, of course, for, well, if it isn't Sussy Jack. Bro, are you high? Let me check. Yes, high on American spirit. And as you know, American imperialism is totally justified because we had a black president once. Before I fucking killed him. That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. Hey, doing Ferris? Hope you're doing well. Got him. I am guilty of not seeing a single video of the abridged version of the game. You need to watch them, Goddess. They're hilarious. Kill him. Do it. Hold on. Gotta reload. Now then. Where were we? Oh, right. Don't want to kill him, but we can kill everyone else. Lock and load. Use a grenade. Use a grenade. Alright, secure the area to extract him. Did you literally just try to... Did that guy literally just try to punch the dude with a sword? I mean, I admire the bravery, but at the same time, you stupid! Why would you get into a fist fight with the man who has a sharp object? Also, that shaman spirit turned on them, so good for us. So, if you're new here and don't understand anything about Shadowrun, or the games anyway, when a shaman summons a totem spirit, in this case it's a fire spirit, if the spirits break hold, they'll attack anything. And if the shaman dies, the spirit goes away. So if they want to kill each other, that's fine by me. Makes my job easier. So. We seem to have a problem back here, though. I'll have to deal with that myself. Me and my big iron. Got him. Nice. Alright, next. Okay, I was wrong. Turns out because the spirit broke free of the shaman, yeah, no, the shaman's still alive. The spirit's still alive. We're gonna have to put it down. But first... Get him. There we go. Nice. How dare. Where are you going? Ooh, thank goodness I'm in cover. Alright, we gotta drop that thing. Got it. Very nice, Duncan. Very nice. Alright, Gaichu, just kill that guy. Kill him. Thank you. Aha, you fool. Deckers are pretty good with resisting magic. They're not good at resisting flashbangs, though. I wonder if you are, though. Flashbang! Apparently not. Got one. Gotta get the other one. Hit him again! Got him. Alright. The neural inhibitor device seems to be working. Let's get this guy to a secure location, get some answers out of him. I'll calm the crew and have them meet us. Alright, let's move. Get his ass. Your magic has no effect on me. Someone throws a flashbang. Oh no, my weakness! The crew is silent as you lead your captive to the rooftop rendezvous you designated before the run. Just as you planned, you find the others waiting there for you. Li Tailong's artificial features are molded into an expression of aloof intellect and mocking rigidity. Or its rigidness, basically. The plastic that makes up his face is soft, flexing with the motion of his underlying musculature. Overlapping vapors of silver and bronze foil buried inside the material catch the light as he moves. It's the work of a master craftsman. Cyberware as a form of modern art, likely commissioned at modern art prices. An ostentatious display of status and wealth. The plastic-faced man examines the zip ties that bind his wrist with an expression of detached amusement. IsoBel runs a long cable from her PDA to the jack in the back of his head and nods at you. Well, this is entertaining, I must say. He chuckles, an odd, hollow sound. I don't recall ever having been in this situation before. Usually I simply awaken to find myself in a strange new environment, wondering what happened. Huh. First time for everything, huh? He surveys your crew with detached indifference. Looking at the lot of you, I think it's safe to assume that a violent extraction of information is the next order of business. Oh, you can bank on that, asshole. Wu focuses attention on the plastic-faced man's kneecaps. So, you chose to take me in an empty parking garage surrounded by corporate security. He considers. Low chance for civilian casualties. Clearly, the safety of innocents is a priority for you. Remember, Answer, we have a problem. She stares down at her PDA. Dreamlane's neural inhibitor software isn't interacting with this guy's cortical implant the same way it worked with her own. It's only going to slow the memory wipe process. How long do I have? I don't know. We're talking about software I didn't write interacting with two different pieces of hardware I've never seen before. We're lucky this works at all. She begins a flurry of two-handed thumb taps on her PDA. I'll try and key in some buffering routines or something to slow it as much as I can, but my confidence is low. She shakes her head at the PDA, her face pinched in frustration. This guy's memory is going to get wiped one way or the other. I start asking questions, Remembrancer. Tense. Very tense. The silky plastic of his face slides into a smooth smile. I guess I'll answer your questions rather slowly. I wonder what's under that mask of yours. I was wondering the same thing. Koche's servos whir as if in anticipation. Don't bother looking. Neither of us will enjoy it, I guarantee. Besides, I was joking. We don't need to step through a process. My clients know I'm a professional and that I take extraordinary precautions to protect their secrets. If these precautions were compromised, it was due to an extreme circumstance. His chin lifts a bit, and his tone becomes even more matter-of-fact. You ask your questions, Remembrancer. I'll answer them as efficiently as I can. When we're done, I'll shake hands with a stranger and walk away wondering what just happened. Why is Josephine's song trying to kill us? She believes you're here to destroy one of her special projects. Prosperity? Yes, although technically there's more than one Prosperity. Prosperity Tower in Song Mechanical Engineering's corporate headquarters. Prosperity is also one of Josephine Song's pet projects. Which one do you want to know about first? His voice gets a sing-song tune. Tick-tock. I want to know about the Prosperity Project. Well, that's going to be challenging. You see, the Prosperity Project is Joe Song's best-kept secret, and the best way to keep secrets is to not tell anyone, even someone whose memory can be wiped. Although all I know is that Prosperity is something built deep inside Kowloon Walled City. Some kind of experiment that her son was working on. Hey, Cataclysm, thank you for gifting a sub to Demon Goddess. Appreciate that, bud. Edward Song. No, wait. Raymond Black. My father. Wu stands up tall, taking that amused tone he gets when someone's about to get hurt. Hey, Mr. Plastic. Maybe you could settle a bet between me and my brother. Wu puts his face close to Lee's, his breath fogging the white plastic. Now, I think Raymond is still alive, but my brother here isn't so sure. Wu's voice drops to a stage whisper. Which is it, buddy? Raymond Black, dead or alive? I got 20 new in on this. Guys, a status bar just popped up. It isn't moving yet, but you never know when it might take a jump. Little Decker watches her screen for a moment. It's stuck at 0 right now, but the process is starting, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Here, give me that. Lee reaches out a perfectly manicured hand to IsoBel. I'll show you something. She pulls away on instinct and looks at you. This is a calculated gamble. You're running out of time and holding all the guns. I have information you want, and betting that if I share it with you...
Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne!
You won't kill me when this is over. I don't know. I think Korn might disagree. Blood for the blood god. Go on, Iz. Let him have it. The plastic-faced man takes the PDA from IsoBel and stares down at the screen. His eyes become unfocused, and he stands like a statue. A low-resolution video recording pops onto the screen. A small, weathered man, possibly in his 70s, is strapped in a high-tech chair and connected to an elaborate scientific instrument behind him. The recording is from the first-person perspective, presumably the plastic-faced man's. This is from when I first brought the asset, your father, Prosperity Tower. His eyes remain unfocused, still as a statue, after I took him from the tea house on the docks. The video continues, and a confident voice can be heard from off screen. A woman's. You can't make out what she says. The point of view turns to the right, and a graceful woman of indeterminate age steps into view. She's clearly advanced in years, but access to a nourishing diet and cutting-edge pharmaceuticals avoided her the vitality of someone much younger. She speaks directly to the camera. Her tone is hard. I warned you to be gentle with him, Mr. Lee. She looks over at the old man with genuine concern. He looks as if someone's tased him. The voice of the plastic-faced man replies, I assure you, Miss Song, I was gentle. He walked out of the tea house under his own power. The old man speaks, his voice weary and hoarse. May I have some water, Mother? My throat feels like it's on fire. She responds tenderly, Yes, of course, Edward. I'll have someone bring you some ice chips. The plastic-faced man speaks again, his voice lowered. Your son has apparently been through some sort of ordeal. He appeared demented at times, and he's been mumbling about stopping something. Prosperity, I think. Yes, well, that won't be happening. The woman addresses her son, speaking a bit too loudly, as if he is hard of hearing. We won't be stopping Prosperity, Edward. I want to get that out of your mind. Do you understand? I understand perfectly well, Mother. There's no need to shout. But I won't give up. Prosperity must be stopped. All those poor people. The woman frowns and shakes her head. I know, Edward. I know. Those poor people. I've done a lot to make up for it since you left. Shelters, hospitals, all sorts of good work. And now it's time to do something for you. Something I should have done a long time ago, perhaps. On the left side of the screen, a man enters in a white lab coat. The woman looks up and nods at the lab-coated man. Lab-coated man places a chrome apparatus on the old man's head. Raymond speaks dreamily, as if a drug has started its work. What is this, Mama? What are you doing to me? I'm fixing you, Edward. She walks up close to the old man, stroking his head, leaning forward to kiss it. All you can see is failure. You're incapable of seeing the good in what you've done. The man in the white lab coat presses a button on Raymond's chair, and a robotic arm swings into view. A cobalt blue light springs from its tip, and the arm quickly circumnavigates the old man's head, bathing it in oscillating blue. A high-definition, three-dimensional image of Raymond's brain appears on the wall behind. I've been inspired by Mr. Lee here. The woman turns and looks at the camera. We're going to do some editing of your memories to relieve you of your burden. Raymond mumbles dreamily, desperately fighting to get the words out. No. Wait, I figured out what to do. And then he is asleep. The woman moves closer to the camera. Your payment will be made according to our agreement, once the rest of them are dead. I've taken a big risk showing you that. I don't give a rat's ass. He turns to you. You see? I knew it. I told you. Raymond's alive. Song's holding him at Prosperity Tower. He may be alive, but it looks just like his mom's gonna erase part of his memory, just like Johnny Plastic here. She's gonna try to fix him. What kind of mother would do that? Something catches her eye and she looks down suddenly. Shit! 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 She thumbs her PDA furiously, but it's no use. That's it. He's wiping. She pulls the cable from her PDA and drops it to the ground in aggravation. Oh, hello. The plastic-faced man looks down at his zip-tied hands and then slowly surveys his surroundings. Well, isn't this awkward? What do you want to do with the guy? He's got no memory, so it's probably safe to let him go. But Auntie says he should take a dirt nap. All the same to me. I mean, He did show that to us in confidence. But the problem is that even, I guarantee, even Josephine's song sees him as a tool. Even if he can't remember it, she'll just go digging through his memories and find out that we let him go. So, sorry. End him. What Auntie wants, Auntie gets. He gave us everything we asked for and more. He's seen our faces. But I have nothing to connect one with. If it's all the same with you, I'd prefer just to walk away. Damn it. Yeah, he knows who we are. He knows what we look like. Damn it. I don't know what to do. I mean, they already know who we are. They're going to be coming after us no matter what. But... I don't know. I don't know. Dang it. Yeah, I'm a bleeding heart. Just let him go. I do appreciate it. Whoever you are. He's literally a pawn. I even got the achievement just a pawn. He's a pawn in all this. He doesn't even remember. He can't even remember who he works for, probably. Just let him go. What are you going to tell Kinley? She said to kill him. I don't know yet. I know Kinley Chang is going to hate that I did this, but at the same time, like, I couldn't. I just can't. She can, fine, she can hate me. I don't care. The trip from Kip Mai back to Heoi is quiet as you process the information revealed by the plastic-faced man. Prosperity is a name. 2 names, actually. One is a secret project Raymond was working on before he left for Seattle. The other is the corporate headquarters of Song Mechanical Services. The Prosperity Tower is where Raymond Black is being held, alive. It's also where his memory is in the process of being reprogrammed by his mother, and time is ticking. The plastic-faced man proved surprisingly amiable and quite useful. Perhaps that's why you let him go. Your next stop is Kinley Chung. She'll want to hear this, although you may leave out the part about letting him go. I mean, do we have to go back? You step out of the MTR station and into the balmy night air. An impenetrable wall of clouds, heavy with imminent rain, is blowing in from the south. It covers the stars, causing them to wink out one by one. You can smell something on the air, something electric. The wind whips up around you, and the clouds begin moving in a thick gray-scale swirl. The spiral builds and grows, shimmering with faint amber light. As you watch the clouds roil in the sky, the sounds of the city retreat. A bubble of soft white noise replaces them, wrapping around your head and reflecting your own heartbeat back on you. You look down from the clouds to see the lights of the docks dancing in a warm, saturated bloom. Take a trid shot. You raise your wrist to capture the view with your PDA's built-in camera. The image swims into focus on the machine's tiny screen as the camera's lens adjusts for the light. And that's when the first twinge tickles your chest, lets you know something's coming. A moment later, you feel an incredible tightness in your chest. It feels like your heart is being crushed under the foot of a giant. Your vision goes gray, and your sense of balance disappears. Gradually, blood rushes in to refill the organ, inflating it like a balloon. Try to catch your breath. You gasp for air. doesn't come. Your breath shallows out, thins, makes you gasp like a suffocating fish. Your chest contracts again and again as you struggle to take in breath. You stumble forward, and every cell in your body seems to vibrate. The energy thrums inside of you, pulsating, building to an unbearable crescendo. And then you're on the other side of it. You find yourself standing in a familiar courtyard, the walled city. You're back in the walled city, just like in your dreams. You can taste the stench of the place. Mildew and plaster and wet dog stink of the slum. What the... The crumbling facades of tenement buildings lean into one another above you, closing in on either side and creating a narrow walkway. Just like in your dreams, there's nowhere else to go. Nowhere but forward, down the path ahead. Start walking. You let your legs carry you forward. You feel a creeping sense of certainty in the back of your mind, and it tells you you've taken this same walk hundreds of times before. The sense of claustrophobia mounts and builds with every step you take. It feels like you're worming your way toward a long, dark tunnel. The humidity of the place sticks to your skin. Ew. As you proceed deeper into the walled city, a low rumble fills the air, the noise of enormous gears in motion. You feel hollow, empty, and with every step you take, you can feel that emptiness growing, an unbearable yearning, unlike any hunger you've ever known. This is just like the dreams. Because we've had this dream a few times. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself real quick. Let me think. Well, forward. Off in the distance, an alien silhouette beckons to you. It's her, the tall, slender things from your dreams. The elusive figure that you've always been moving towards but can never quite reach. A crowd of locals line the path ahead, kneeling in supplication. They look emaciated, all skin and bones, clothed head to toe in dirty rags. Keep moving. You brush past the kneeling figure and continue forward. As you do so, a mounting sense of correctness builds in your chest. These people are beneath notice. They should be ignored. Your feet carry you past them, and soon enough they fade from your view. Your legs carry you deeper and deeper into the beating heart of the tenement. If you haven't reached the center yet, you must be close. It's incredibly hot and humid in here. Sweat rolls down your body in sheets. Your thoughts go hazy, and a dim sense of unease takes root in the pit of your stomach. Take it off. You shake your head, struggling to clear away the fog. The omnipresent sound of grinding gears isn't helping. Looking up, you can see where the noise is coming from. A hatch. The same door that you saw in your nightmare back when all of this began. The markings on the door are legible now. A single word in faded yellow paint. Prosperity. Suddenly, impossibly, the alien figure that you've been moving towards is standing right in front of you. At the same time, your vision finally clears and ice water runs through your veins. The walled city isn't a slum at all. It's an enormous gaping maw, and the buildings are a forest of crooked teeth. The thing reaches for you with inhuman speed and grace. It plunges fingers of polished ivory into your mouth. Slowly, terribly, it begins to wrench your jaw open. You can feel your teeth splinter and break, and... Someone wake me the fuck up. Rough fingers on your shoulders snap you back to reality. Snap back to reality! The hand clenches into a vice-like grip and yanks you backwards off your feet. You come crashing down to the floor of the Heoi MTR station. You can feel a rush of wind just in front of you. A passing train. What is wrong with you, Remembrancer? Strangler Bao eyes you coolly. Auntie Chong's lost too many runners already. Besides, there are cleaner ways to end your life than jumping in front of a train. Thank you, I owe you my life. He grunts. You're right. Now get up and get back to that floating wreck that you sleep in. You don't get to die in here unless Miss Chong says you do. And here I was thinking Duncan was going to save me. Nope! That guy. Alright. Do I really have to go talk to her? Oh boy. I think, you know, to the best of our ability, I think we're just gonna leave out that we let him live. I mean, lying is bad. We'll just have to, well, you know, we'll just have to word it in a way that we're like, well, technically he is dead. If your relationship was high enough, one of your teammates would have saved you. Okay. Well, that's weird. I've been talking to all of my teammates, so that's weird. Like, and I've already done IsoBel's personal quest, too. Yeah, I did IsoBel's personal mission. I haven't done Gobbets, and, like, I think Gaichu's is coming up. Either way, isn't there supposed to be some chick around here who sells magic stuff? I was told to go check her out at some point. No, it's not that guy. Someone around here sells magic, right? Magic stuff? Because, yeah, there's supposed to be someone around here who sells magic. Or magic items and stuff. She's also supposed to know a lot about Chinese mythology, and I kind of, hey, Remembrancer, I was hoping you'd come around. You got a minute? What's up? Kindly had Wampua burn your sin. Word is you're doing work for her, not normal Yellow Lotus stuff. Shadowrunning. Yeah, I'm now an unusual asset. Wicked. Listen, if you got info about runs, I can make it worth something. We Wampuans call that kind of thing metadata. Wampua likes to get the word on the streets from the active operators. Worth something? Credits? Yeah, I can hook you up with something. Maybe creds, maybe some sweet programs, but really, you'll gain face with Wampua. That counts for a lot more than money. Alright. Sounds good. Say further down the end of the docks. Okay. Out of my way, out of my way. Ah, this might be it. Ah, I think you're the lady. Yeah, Crafty Shoe. Can't believe we met. Name's Crafty. Sorry for the mess. I've been real busy lately. Selling anything? Okay, well, I'm not a mage. But apparently she knows a lot about Chinese mythology, so... Crafty leans forward, strands of black and pink hair falling across her cheeks, and she places a book on top of the pile before her. You could say that. Her eyes narrow. Tell me, have you had the dreams? Yeah, definitely, and more than one. She seems satisfied with your answer, and lazily pushes a strand of hair behind her ear. My mother was an avid researcher of the walled city. She kept extensive journals on her findings. A sweep of her hand gestures to the entire shop. These dreams we're having, they're commonplace in the walled city, but ever since they started leaking into Heoi, I felt something was wrong. Against my better judgment, I've started reading her notes to see what I can learn about the dreams. I always thought that her theories were just the ravings of a mad woman, but now... She leans back and places her hands behind her head for support. Well, the investigation is still underway, as you can see. It sounds like you and I are interested in the same thing. Her eyes search your face. After a moment, she nods. Tell you what, If you can keep the investigation going on your end, I'll share what I found. Two minds are always better than one, especially when it comes to dealing with something as abstract as dreams. All right? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not a, we can't, it's weird, you can't give your teammates any equipment, so, nah. A heavy scent buffets your senses. The scent of pure, unadulterated book. Woody, musky, dusty, the light herbal incense from before smells like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Hey, my kind of place! Look, for those who don't know, yours truly got a master's in library science. I live for this. Like, this, the thing they're describing, is heaven to me. Being surrounded by old books, it's literally being surrounded by history. How could you not? I've been to the restricted section of a state archives. I've seen old books. Some books that are they had to be refurbished, but some books are over 400 years old. It is awesome. Thank you, Fountain. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the text. Several of the towers of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper, caught somewhere in a ceiling rafter, rustles gently above you. Pizza time! You hear a shuffling of papers and a head pops out of a pile of blankets and books. I'll take it! Over here! Her eyes fall on you. She slumps back into the pile, disappointed. You're not pizza. Sorry about that. She mumbles something inaudible, then pulls herself up. You owe me for that one. She glances around the place. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading. Or rather, up every night reading. You look dog-tired. You feeling all right? Crafty lets out a single sharp laugh. I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard. Not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. You know, if these journals are kicking your ass, you can always stop. Your health comes first. No way. I've dug myself too deep to back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. She leans on a book-covered chair. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, Remembrancer, I'll make up for it in spades. And naps. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you're sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice. But don't worry. It's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. So what's the latest? The latest. She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off of it. As she digs through them, you realize the table's not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling and the pages holding on for dear life. Here we go. This one's loaded. With what? Got a couple big finds. Mom's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down to the most important information. An exorcism and the Yama Kings. What do you want to start? Wait a minute, an exorcism? She flips through the notebook, and after locating the right page, lays the book on the corner. Her index finger glides across the notes as she summarizes its contents. On one of Mom's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old, crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mom wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt like it was a place of concentrated chi. I know someone who's mentioned that same arch. She's from the walled city. She looks up from the notebooks. I believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to be like most people from the walled city would have at least heard of it, if not seen it. What'd she say? I can boil it down to creepy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote, it was a seriously bad time. Oh, go on. The chi wasn't like your standard run-of-the-mill energy. Even for the walled city, this chi was exceptionally dark, and it all seemed to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook of her magical brand would try. A Taoist exorcism. Did something explode? You could say that. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable. But when she left that day... It's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she witnessed something, and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder that people who live there experience such terrible dreams. But we haven't seen anyone from the walled city be utterly broken. There's more to it than that. What about the Yama Kings? Crafty turns a page marked with a red sticky note. She looks up at you. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yama Kings? Never heard of them. Personally, I'd only heard about the Yama Kings in fables and myths, things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent. And here, she taps the page, we found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slums, she came to learn that the residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense, considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Do their Yama Kings have names? There were 3 that Mom knew of. Lam Vi, Fu Mong, and Chan Ya. Each Yama King is associated with the negative energy on which they feed. Lam Vi feeds from cowards, Fu Mong from the guilty, and Chan Ya slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She rubs her forehead in frustration. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but I can only make out bits and parts. There's a list. Something here about her mother. Her mouth twists sideways and her eyes squint, straining to read the notes. Rules? Maybe laws of some sort? The thing that stood out to me is here. She plops a finger on the page. It's about the proprietary surrounding ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations, luncheons? No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says that Yama Kings under rules or laws must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but she sighs and flips the paper onto the counter. Nope, sorry, can't read anything past that. You know, it's strange to me that my mother found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real, or connected to the curse she believed. A thump, and Crafty closes the notebook. She casually tosses it back onto the display case. It's not the best lead, but I think it's a step in the right direction. Think you could send me a copy of those notes? Already a step ahead of you. I just finished digitally transcribing the information. I'll send it your way, She looks around the book-covered shop. As soon as I find my terminal. That'd be great. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Expect them soon. Okay. Oh, hold on. A sight unexpected from the Windows slapdash product display strikes you as you walk through the shop. Also, by the way, if y'all are wondering why this keeps happening, I think you're supposed to talk to her multiple times during the game. But considering I didn't even know she was here and I'm doing it all at once, that's why it keeps describing different scenes. Everything is clean. Unusually clean. Bro, are you blind? Does this look clean? Ain't nothing clean in here. You blind. Not spotless. A nearby food plate resting atop a small collection of books speaks to that. But otherwise, the piles of journals and notebooks and books from before are, for the most part, organized. The shopkeeper's nowhere to be seen. You don't remember whether an open sign was on the front door, but the handle turned easily enough. Someone must be here. You approach the front counter and see a service bell. Ring the bell. You hear a thump, followed by a loud shit! Crafty leaps up from behind the counter, rubbing the top of her head, a duster in her other hand. Her eyes widen when she sees you. Remembrancer! Wow, you've been busy. I feel like I've walked into another dimension. She waves your comment away. I was getting hounded by some of my regular patrons, and maybe a sanitation officer or two. You see the urgency in her eyes as she leans forward. That doesn't matter. I found it. The things we've been searching for. I know what's happening in the walled city. I'm all ears. The Yama Kings. They're real. Whoa, now. That's a big leap from imaginary monsters. Her eyes hold your gaze with an unshakable intensity. I'm serious. I'm the last person to start believing in Santa Claus, much less my mother's ravings. But this is solid. The Yama Kings are real, and they're coming. She lays her palms flat on the counter, almost breathless. They've been on their way to the walled city since the place was built. The dreams, they're portents of their coming, omens manifested as dreams. Yes, but still, just think about it. The strange things we've been dreaming, the sensations, the hunger, asleep or awake, it affects us all the time, anywhere. The connection? We're all in or near the walled city, itself a beacon for disaster. Something or some things have noticed the city, and now we're noticing them. Oh, boy. Then everything that's happened in the walled city, it's been the Yama Kings all along. Not quite. I don't think the Yama Kings are the cause of the walled city's corruption. They're the effect. Something in the walled city has so polluted the feng shui of the place that it's acting as a magnet for malevolent astral beings. Mom was right. There's something at work in the walled city. I don't know if it's a curse or something else, but there's something deeply unnatural at work. Her words shake. I'm so sorry, Mother. I thought I was closing my eyes to your madness, but all I did was prevent myself from seeing the truth, from seeing what was unfolding right in front of me. Can the Yama Kings leave the city? Why would they? The curse, or whatever it is that's attracting the Yama Kings to the walled city, has turned the city into an ideal hunting ground. With a practiced sweep of her hand, she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. A foggy handprint disappears from the counter where her hand was pressed. Have you ever heard of terraforming? It's an old science fiction idea. You make a planet, like the moon or something, into an Earth-like environment to support human habitation. That's what's happening on the walled city, only in reverse, and on an astral level. I think that pent-up toxic chi in the walled city is turning the place into an extension of the Yama King's home plane, making the environment there hospitable for them. They won't range beyond it for the same reason why you wouldn't leave a bathysphere in the deep ocean. But as we've seen, that corruption is spreading. It's already starting to seep into Heoi. If left unchecked for another 30, 40 years, who knows what happened? Are these the things that broke your mother? The Yama Kings weren't directly responsible for Mom's corruption. It was caused by the root problem, that which attracted the Yama Kings to the city in the first place, the poison at the bottom of the well. Whatever it is, it's been there from the very beginning, and it's in no way natural. People did this. I suppose we could take some comfort in knowing that your mother was under the influence of something else. She wasn't herself. I know where you're coming from, but my mother still allowed herself to be corrupted. She put herself in the way of evil, and it took her. Not a second thought for anyone else. Her research has given us valuable resources. I'm glad these journals, these pieces of her mind, can be used to arm ourselves against the Yama Kings. The knowledge it's given us will help us in the trials to come. This is big. Okay. So, for those who don't know much about Shadowrun, let me kind of explain a few things. In the world of Shadowrun, most mythologies or most like astral or divine, like magical things are real in a sense. They are some kind of real. So, in this regard, yeah, it is very possible that the very hold on. Didn't mean to talk to him. So, from what I can guess, is that, yeah, like Ferris says, we're dealing with judges of hell. Just great. Got any good different weapons? I'll take that. Got any armor, maybe? gonna work. Alright, let's roll. Got me a new gun and some new armor. But all this armor and this new gun are not going to save me from what I'm about to deal with. A very, very... Well, actually, wait. I should probably go do partner stuff first. And then go talk... And then sign my death warrant with Auntie Chung. Oh, no, it won't let me. I have to go face the music. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, she's going to kill me. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, I'm just going to save just in case I say the wrong words. Is there a thing in here to cover my ass? Yes, actually there is. I just boosted all my charisma so I could bullshit my way through. Oh wait, I didn't activate it. Yeah, I'm putting it all into charisma so I could bullshit my way out of this. There we go. Oh boy. The walk through the mahjong parlor is punctuated by the tantalizing smell of coconut and fried confection. Your crew surrounds Kinley Chung, watching uncomfortably as she peels small egg-shaped delicacies from a waffle-like pastry and pops them into her mouth. Each time she does, her eyes close in ecstasy and soft sounds come from her throat. There you are, Remembrancer. Your crew here tells me that you were able to locate and interrogate the plastic-faced man. The straw sandal's eyes narrow, and her rusty voice takes on a jagged edge. They haven't told me his current disposition, however. I assume everything went as I instructed? Fuck. Oh no. Fuck. Okay. Look, I know she's a video game character, but I'm scared. Like, I'm scared. I'm scared, you maggots. I am very scared. Like, I don't know how to do this. Because she's gonna know if I'm lying. She is most definitely gonna know if I'm lying. And avoiding the question just, I don't know what to do. Hey, Leo. Thank you for the resub, bud. Almost full year of Forest Fun. Thank you for all the memories. Hey, no problem, man. You've come in at an awkward time, though. Oh boy. I'm trying to decide how to handle this situation. So, here's the deal. For those who are new, who just popped in or maybe don't know what's going on. Kinley Chung, my fixer here, helped me and my brother find the person responsible for kidnapping our father figure. She had one stipulation: kill the son of a bitch. I didn't do that. Mainly because that son of a bitch provided more information than he had to, was extremely cooperative, and also when his memory got wiped right in front of us, he acted basically like a child almost. He said, "Oh, hi, I've never met you before. This is kind of awkward to be tied up like this." So, I don't know what to do. They haven't told me his current disposition, however. I assume everything went as I instructed. Fuck. I don't know. I can't lie, because she's definitely going to see through that lie. And avoiding the question is just going to piss her off. I don't... God. I don't know. I don't know. The entire reason... Look, I remember. The entire reason Kenley Chong wanted him dead is because it would send a message to Josephine Song. But I'm already gonna kill that I'm already gonna kill that bitch. She kidnapped my father. So, I'ma kill her. But... I don't know. I really don't know. Fuck it. I'ma kill... Like, how to dance instead. Fuck it. Yeah. Fuck it. I'ma kill that bitch anyway when I meet her. Josephine Song, that'll send a message. She's gonna find out. She lying to her is just gonna piss her off even more. Fuck it. I let him walk. Kinley Chong folds her hands, and her face becomes perfectly still. 10 seconds go by, and when she speaks again, her voice is calm. I thought I was clear that I wanted him dead. You were clear, Auntie. He was accommodating, and I chose to reward him for that. Her stiff eyebrows rise. He better have been pretty damn accommodating for you to disobey me. She pops an egg pastry into her mouth. Trust you got something useful out of him? We got plenty. Wu sounds eager. He gave us a data dump on everything he knew about Prosperity Tower. First-hand info. Josephine's headquarters. She rubs her nose, considering. That could be useful, I suppose. What do you intend on doing with it? We're gonna rescue Raymond. He's alive, Auntie. Just like I said he was. Josephine's holding him in there. She's doing something to his brain. Something to his brain? She takes another bite of her pastry. What is that old bitch up to now? Based on the memory that Mr. Plastic showed us, it looks like she's trying to rewrite her son's memories using something called ASSIST, Artificial Sensory Induction Systems Technology. It allows the user to record, process, and feed synthetic sensory input to the brain. Like a SimSense chip. Yes, Auntie. It's the technology that led to SimSense. It's also what allows Deckers to enter the Matrix and grants riggers a neural connection to their drones. An expert ASIS technician could alter someone's personality, memory, even identity. Sounds complicated. It is. It requires a massive amount of computing power, and it's not like a temporary SimSense experience. Changing someone's memories requires a world-class expert in ASIS. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing to him, but I'm guessing that his mother wants him to forget something, or to remember it differently, maybe. And what do we know about the tower? Mr. Plastic dropped us a couple of terabytes of data on Prosperity Tower, right out of his brain. IsoBel and I have been studying it. Lots of good intel to mine there. He looks at the rest of the crew. Just what we need to take a run at the place and hope to get out alive. How do we stop the ASIS thing from rewiring Raymond? All we know is that an ASIS device is located in Lab 12. It's the only one in the building. Now, I doubt that Grandma will just hand over the passcodes to her system if we ask nicely, so we'll need a Decker to access the assist device and eject him from the system safely before she scrambles his brains. That sounds dangerous. It's either that or leave him to Josephine, and that can't happen. Alright, talk to me about security. The key to this operation are the 3 security stations located on different floors. The matrix systems in these security stations are the command and control hubs for the entire building's security. As such, they're the best place to find where Raymond Black is being held. That's all we've got on his location? All we know is that he's being held somewhere called Lab 12. But where that is or how to get in there is something we'll need to figure out on site. If things go hostile, the best thing to do is get an alarm panel or a matrix security node and shut things down. If we're noticed, we'll have a brief window to cut the link to the alarm system. If we do that, it'll isolate the whole floor from the security system. The rest of the building won't know what's happening there. If the alarm goes off and we cut the link to the alarm system, we can spoof the system. Tell it we've moved on to another location. That might work once or twice, but if we spoof too many alarms, they'll figure it out. What about guards? Quantity? Training? Standard corp security for the most part. The Song has a rapid response squad for high priority events. That would be us. Is Gobbett right? Do you think an intrusion into Lab 12 would qualify as high priority? Judging by the way Grandma Song took out Carter, Gutshot, and Nightjar, I'd say she isn't interested in getting anywhere near her son. Expect to face Song's elite security once we find him. And how long is this brief window to cut the alarms? Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe less if the network isn't cluttered with traffic. It's there as a failsafe so security doesn't stampede all over the building if a janitor forgets to close a door. And what else do we have? Staffing weaknesses? Only one thing worth mentioning. IsoBel looks over to Duncan. The only way into a security station is with a key card, and guards on each floor carry a guard to the station on that floor. So we can get a card by taking them out, but there may be other ways of getting key cards. Wu crosses his arms across his chest. Like I said, the security stations are the key to this operation. They provide multiple opportunities to exploit the system and determine how to approach the rest of our incursion. Alright, well, we need to be as quiet as possible until we have no choice. We don't need an entire building of security on us. Roger that. We'll be as quiet as rats. I see what you did there. So, which station do we hit first? The little Decker purses her lips. No way to know. We'll need to take one of them and use it to determine our next step. It's like we have directions to go find a map. That's all I need to know about security. Let's hope it's enough to give us an edge. So how do we approach? Fortunately, Prosperity Tower is one of Song's lower security location. It's mostly administrative, marketing, that sort of thing. That's good. Kinley turns to her enforcer. Mr. Bao, give the runners those old Song security passes you used on that hijacking last year. Yes, Miss Chaw. They'll get them. Those passes should get you through the lobby. The Triad boss pokes a fingernail between her teeth and dislodges a piece of pastry. You'll still have to explain your presence, Remembrancer, so don't expect to just walk on through. Looks like it's the front door for us. IsoBel leans over to Gobbett. Hope those old security passes work, Gobbett. Well, it's better than nothing. Gobbett leans back to IsoBel. Hope is not a viable shadow running tool, We can't expect to stay in cover for long. One way or another, things are going to get hot. Well, that's all I need to know. One other thing. While I was helping Duncan verify as much of the data as I could, I decided to collect our marker with Bull and his team of runners. Good call. We'll need all the help we can get. I was wondering when the game was going to bring them up. Yeah, no kidding. Turns out Bull and our runner friends hit Song a few months back. Low rent smash and grab for another corp. But they got a quick scan of the building's matrix security before they rabbited. They gave us data flags that pinpoint where the security nodes are located inside of Song's system. So when we jack into a security station, we'll be able to make a direct attack on the security node. That could just buy us the seconds we'll need to cut the alarm link. Nice work. Kinley cuts in, licking her fingers. One more thing, Remembrancer. While you're in her headquarters, look for anything we can use to incriminate or embarrass Josephine's Song. I want dirt. Something I can feed an acquaintance on the executive council. Someone who stands to gain from it. Right after I rescue my father. She pops another egg treat into her mouth. Of course, my sweet, of course. Now go enjoy Prosperity Tower, she smiles, and give Josephine's Song my regards. I have dodged bullet after cannonball after nuke in this tonight. I dodged a bullet earlier with IsoBel. I dodged a cannonball at in the same event, and I just dodged a freaking nuclear bomb. Reminds me a lot of Fat Cobra I don't know who that is, but and Amanda Waller. Yeah, that's not a bad. Yeah, that's a good description actually. All of her mother's notes. There's all the stuff from Crafty. Alright. So, let's go check on our teammates real quick. Oh, hello. Let's see. Throw back grenades? Yeah, baby. Alright, we're good. Ah, okay. Gaichu is rummaging through his box of mementos, searching for a particular object by touch alone. Can we speak later, Remembrancer? I am feeling a little distracted at the moment. Okay, we'll talk later then. Oh, okay, you got nothing to say? I figured some of the characters would have something to say after that job, but alright. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, bleary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. She appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her shoulders. She looks up from the saucepan, blinking. A corner of her mouth twitches upward, but the half-smile falls away almost immediately. Oh, hey, Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. Yeah, looks that way. Wouldn't that work better if you cut it into smaller pieces first? Huh? She blinks down at the duck and her mouth dips into a frown. Yeah, that'd probably be smarter, wouldn't it? I'm not really thinking clearly today. Are you okay? You don't look well. She rubs the bridge of her nose with a pair of greasy fingers, leaving smudges of duck fat behind. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I've felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Okay, first of all, bullshit. Because you literally told me in one of your very first ever runs, one of your buddies used his cybernetic leg to kick open a door that turned everyone in the room into pulp, ruining your job, and then you also made a run for it when the building burst into flames. Like, no, there's drama associated with you. Generally, when the thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, laugh it off, and go have a snack. This, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. She looks down at the pot full of mangled duck on the counter and closes her eyes. I guess I'm just worried about Cad and Maul. Which is weird because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot at for a living. Well, you know, we could go check it out. It's not far from here, right? No. I don't want to do that. At least, not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing, actually. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's been dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Nope. Images from your past come back to haunt you? Nope. But you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here? Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what, I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in. Make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. All right, Gobbet, that's the way you want to play it. It is. Now, is there anything else that you wanted? Or can I get back to my duck? Yeah, sure. Whoop. A Hampton, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, the guardian and high remembrancer of the forest. We're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong tonight. Please, make yourself at home. And Seattle, everything will be fine. You'll see. If there is anything fishing happening on the sinking ship, you and Izzy will be the first to know. I promise. Uh-huh. So, I'm gonna go back in and see if she actually talks about it. Yep, there it is. Stepping into Gobbet's cabin, you find her crouching on the floor. She appears to be midway through a valiant struggle against an enormous pastry. Her cheeks bulge out like a chipmunk's and wispy threads of pork floss hang from her crumb-speckled lips. She glances up at you, her eyes wide with alarm. Ah, so you eat like a rat, too. Her jaw works to manage the enormous quantity of crispy dough in her mouth, but she doesn't seem to be making much headway. You know, between the two of you, my money's on the pastry. She struggles to move her jaw, but her mouth is stuffed too full for her to make much headway. She gestures feebly toward a pitcher of water on the ground near your feet. Just here, take it. She tilts back the pitcher and sucks down its contents. As the water pours into her mouth, she's slowly able to work through the food stored in her cheeks. Finally, she lowers the water pitcher, coughing. Okay, yeah. Note to self, the pastry terrace on Prince Edward Road makes them dry. She takes another swig from the pitcher and grimacing. Moist green apple and jelly trotter my ass. That thing was like a desert made of pig. Meh, I'll eat it. I'd eat it. Hey, if you want it, it's all yours. Drink lots of water, though. She tosses the remaining pastry to you. As it sails through the air, the pork floss that clings to its outer layer flutters suggestively. Yoink. You snatch the pork brick out of the air. It's surprisingly dense, with a heft roughly equivalent to that of a softball. Nom. You raise the pastry to your lips and take a bite. Seconds later, you could feel all of the moisture in your mouth evaporate. Gobbet wasn't lying. This thing is dry. The flavor is surprisingly palatable, though. She blinks at you in astonishment. Huh, I can't believe you ate that. I'm impressed. If I ever get another one of these again, I'm gonna let it sit in a bowl of condensed milk for at least half an hour before I try putting it in my mouth. That might help. I don't know, reconstitute it, I guess? I don't know. Might work. Anyway, you, probably want to talk about happened on the raft, huh? I think that in your place I would. Okay, well, then let me. Because there was an option to pick that. Nope. Okay, I guess I gotta wait for her to... Maybe she'll send me a letter about it. Or an email. It's like the way she described it, it's almost like shoving a bunch of saltine crackers in your mouth. Nope, no messages. Huh. Well, there is a job I can take, actually. Not this one. Where is it? No, read. Alright, hold on. Open the jobs directory. Active jobs. We've already done those. Pending jobs. Outbound matrix connection not found. Wait, what? Hang on. What do you mean there's no matrix connection? What you talking about? Who's fucking with our connection? IsoBel? IsoBel, what are you doing? I need the internet. I need the internet to do our jobs. What are you doing? As you step into IsoBel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk she's been working at is a mess. Food wrappers and computer expansion cards lie together in a heap. IsoBel herself doesn't look much better. Her eyes are badly bloodshot, and her lips have been drawn into a deep frown. You're back. Hey. She shoves a box of assorted mounting screws aside with her foot. What do you need? How you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Don't clam up on me. Tell me what's going on. Well, no, I don't want to be a dick. Is there anything I can do? I seriously doubt it. Appreciate the offer, though. When I unlocked these old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way. And I think that it always will be. I know that it feels that way now, but always is a long time. Please don't patronize me. I'm not a lovesick teenager saying that I'll always love my boyfriend. I'm a professional, and I know what I'm talking about. These memories have been stored as data in an archival format. They're never going to fade. They'll never grow less intense with time. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing that I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. I mean, okay, first of all, that first one is horrible. I knew a guy back in the Barrens who got his arms hacked off with a machete. Pretty sure that he can't forget his past either, but he found a way to live with it. No, don't be a dick. If the memories are this painful for you, we can lock them away again after all of this is over and you can throw away the key. That's what I'm hanging on to. The fact that I can ditch my childhood again and forget the things I saw. All the more reason to get through this business with the walled city quickly. And speaking of which, if you wanted to ask me questions about that place, you can go ahead. I think I've had enough time to process what's in my head. I should be able to give you some answers. Not all the answers, mind you, but something. Okay. I do have a question. Go on, ask me a question. I'm ready. How did you get out of there when you were a kid? How'd you escape? She heaves a sigh. Gobbet led me out. What, really? She must have been, what, 9? Something like that. Go ahead and ask her about it if you want. I'm sure that she'll be happy to brag about it. But I think we have more pressing matters to discuss. Well, that's all for now. Pretty sure that's all. Yeah, I got nothing else to ask her. I've had enough for one day. I asked you one question. You cannot be mentally drained from one question. Hey, I've got a question about IsoBel. Oh, yeah? Well, sure then. Ask away. She told me you let her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill in the details? Yeah? I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail. Want to tell your side of the story? Seems that I've got a vested interest in the walled city these days. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll share. She taps her chin thoughtfully. To start, I guess that you're going to need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? She wasn't big on volunteering unnecessary information. Yeah, that's what I thought. She reaches down and absent-mindedly strokes Madness's silky coat. The rat chirps happily at her caress. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago, it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. Woo! That's quite a description. Wow. So bad that walking in qualifies as a suicide attempt. Wow. I figured that what I saw in there had to be the bottom of a downward spiral. The bottom? What you saw? No, Seattle. When you went into the Lotus Den, you were on the outer perimeter of the walled city. What you saw earlier is the best that the walled city of today has to offer. As you go deeper toward the center, it gets a whole hell of a lot worse. Anyway, back when I was a kid, it was pretty much all alike what you saw in the Lotus Den. Not exactly Victoria Harbor, but survivable if you knew what you were doing. Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all the nooks and crannies that grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Happy, or Lucky, something like that. He followed the pig. Nice guy. Good card player. Obviously, none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself? That's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realize any of this at the time, though. I loved playing in the alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun. I did stuff like that myself in the Barrens. When you're a street kid, you make your own fun. Yeah, kind of makes you shudder when you look back on it, huh? It's like, where were those kids' parents? But then, with most street kids, that's a question that's best left unanswered. Now, with IsoBel, it was a little different. She wasn't a street kid, not technically. She had parents who loved her. They just couldn't keep her safe, because in the walled city, there's no such thing. How bad was it? Bad. Could have been a lot worse, of course. Her family could have been living deeper inside the wall, toward the center. From what I've heard, that's hell on earth. But IsoBel and her family had it bad enough. They were in the Mansion District. Mansion District. Sounds nice, right? But it really, really isn't. Imagine a sort of holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically anyone who isn't Asian, European, or goblinoid. Now cram it full to twice its normal capacity and make sure that nobody living there can afford a loaf of bread. Huh. That description describes a lot of places in the real world. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. Anyway. No goblinoids? No orcs or trolls in IsoBel's district? Nope. People like me and Duncan get their own districts in the walled city, regardless of their country of origin. Nice cushy places on the outer perimeter of the wall. There are advantages to being big and strong, especially when everyone around you is too malnourished to fight back. Oh yeah, I forgot. Goblet I think is an... I don't know if she's a troll. I think she's an... No. Goblet's an orc, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think she's an orc at least. But she's tall. Like, they don't portray it well here, but Goblet's pretty tall. Like, Duncan is like 6 foot something. I think like 6'5". Like, he's like, you know, an Adonis. She's not that much shorter than him. So I think she's like 6'2" or 6'3". Like, she is tall. So, of course, the residents of the goblinoid districts all share a metatype or two. They've got something in common, a set of shared experiences to tie them together. Not so in the Mansion District. The only things that those people had in common was their skin color and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. There wasn't even a common language for them to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum, toward the center. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Charming. Yeah, charming. And that's where I met IsoBel. It wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch on to me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does. But with her, it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up. But you got her out of there before that could happen. She nods. That's right. More accurately, Rat got her out of there. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking in bad chi and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found IsoBel, I'd offer to lead her out. If I didn't, well, she grimaces and spreads her arms. You did find her. Doesn't matter what would have happened if you hadn't. Thanks. It isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. The truth is, if I hadn't pulled IsoBel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now. I get it. Someone did the same for me and Duncan once. She nods. Yeah, I knew that you'd get it. And I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. So there you have it. Happy endings all around. What about the other people who stayed behind? The other shaman that you knew? They went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full-on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood. She shudders. Nasty business. And not for me. Toxic? What does that mean? When a shaman goes toxic, he goes bad. It's like if you invert the usual meaning of a totem. That's what a toxic shaman does. Dog shamans are loyal and friendly, like all good dogs are. A toxic dog shaman is rabid. They're both dogs, but they're different aspects of dog. Get it? Yeah, and your pig shaman friend went toxic. That's what I heard. You don't want to know what happened to him, what he became. It was pretty bad at the end before the locals overwhelmed him. A lot of people died. That would explain what happened to her friend, Sui, when he grabbed on that shiny orb that she mentioned, it turned him into a toxic shaman. What about IsoBel's family? You think I didn't want to save them? She sweeps a loose strand of hair out of her eyes. Look, it was gonna be dangerous enough to get IsoBel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible. They were her parents, Gobbet. You think I don't know that? Look, those people, they weren't like me and Iz. They hadn't grown up on the streets. They were rich back in Somalia before they immigrated to Hong Kong. Here, they were lost, hopelessly out of their element. Even if I managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed. Yeah. I hate to say it, but you made the right choice. Damn right I did. Even if I'd managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them if they were lucky. They were unlucky. The Thrill Gangs or the Organ Leggers might have gotten them. It wasn't even worth the risk to even try. She sniffs. Besides which, IsoBel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did from the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. Man, is nobody fucking happy in this universe? Like, at all? Like, I think I know the answer to that question, but still, it's like, nobody happy? Let's give you some metadata. Just take all of his stuff from him and then, take all this stuff and then he can just pay me in money. There we go. Gotta find someone who sells medical stuff, because I'm gonna need med kits for this. Oh, probably in the cyber shop, because they also sell a lot of cyberware stuff there, so they probably also sell medical stuff. Because technically it's a doctor's place. Mr. Ambrose. Yep, he's got medical supplies. So let's see. Let's go with some gold trauma kits. And some premium med kits. There we go. Yeah, that'll do it for me. Alright, let's roll. Oops. Why does it always do that? Okay. Alright, let's hit this joint. This ain't the end game, but we're getting to it. Knock, knock. Yep, let's go. Gotta get Dad. Actually, I probably shouldn't bring Gaichu because we need to pretend that we work there. So, sorry, bud. Can't bring you. I wish I could, but I can't. Sorry. Prosperity Tower. The walk to the MTR station is tense. Infiltrating the headquarters of a megacorp and locating Raymond Black will be challenge enough. Extricating him from his mother's ASIST device before his memories are permanently altered is another thing altogether. You hop the MTR South Island line and roll noisily down to the nearby island of Appalachia, a dense forest of soaring skyscrapers and corporate greed. Amid them, blending innocuously with its neighbors, stands Prosperity Tower. You open the door to the lobby and step inside the headquarters of Song Mechanical Services and its CEO, Josephine Song. All right. Hand out some med kits here. Don't want a lot of you dying on me. There we go. Let's see. The decadence of Song's administrative lobby is the first thing to hit you. The mood lighting, designer wallpaper, and the scent of burning lavender incense all blur together in a foreign landscape that feels more dangerous than the rotting alleys of Hong Kong. Even the plants seem to condescend to you in their hand-carved limestone pots. Across the room from you stands a receptionist, 3 guards at her back. She seems unaware of, or at least indifferent to, your presence, but the guards behind her lock their eyes onto you and adjust their postures. Regardless, it appears to be a routine response, as the guard on the far right lifts a hand to his face and lets loose a loud, long yawn. Security may look light, but we're not in yet. Words will only get us so far. Things are bound to get heated eventually. Just prepared to cover your ass when the bullets fly. We got a lot to get past before we can get to Raymond. He's right. Keep our objective in sight. Kinley said we can find some information on Raymond's location in the security stations. It'll be tricky getting into them, but once we do, that's also where we can cut the alarm system. Once we find Raymond, I'll be happy to help with his liberation. She wraps her fingers on her cyberdeck. Oh, and as for the Song security passes, we shouldn't rely solely on them. They'll help, but using them alongside our own wits will be most effective. Well, it just so happens I am a silver-tongued motherfucker. So... just in case everything goes horribly wrong. The receptionist watches you make your way across the lobby. She studies you from head to toe, and a barely concealed look of disgust on her face. Welcome to Song Mechanical Services. How can I be of service? Her forced pleasantry reeks of condescension. Here to make a delivery. She eyes you, unblinking in blatant disbelief. Is that right? And who is this delivery for? Show your Song security passes. I'm afraid that's confidential. You know how it is. There's a rule for everything these days. Is it all right with you if I make my delivery and come right back? She rolls her eyes. Please proceed to the elevators. Loser. The buttons are left unlabeled, but you know from the plastic face man's data which floors have security stations. Let's go to the sub-basement first. Oh no! Is there no way we can just talk this out? Like, Huh. Maybe we'll come back here later. Let's go to sales and acquisitions. Okay, guess I can bluff my way past this one too. Hopefully. A timid woman looks at you from her station. Excuse me, sir. The Song employees on this floor may only be seen through a pre-approved appointment. Do you have an appointment? Show her your Song security passes. I have a meeting with Mr. Johnson. Stunned eyes meet yours. She shows what that means. You watch her muster up the courage to respond. You'd better leave or I'm calling security. I don't know what kind of community you think we are here, but I do know that... Her eyelids flutter and she stops speaking. She appears to be listening to something, most likely through a headset. A moment later, her nervous expression melts into one of professional calm. Mr. Johnson will see you in the executive suite. Optional. Meet with Mr. Johnson. Wait, who? I was just bluffing. What the fuck? Is there a dude named Mr. Johnson here? Huh. Okay. VP of Operations. A calm, stern-faced man stands before you. He casually checks his watch as he addresses you, his voice tinged with boredom. Welcome to Prosperity Tower, Shadowrunner. And who are you? Think of me as a business partner. Wouldn't dream of it. I'm out. He snaps his fingers and the guards behind him train their weapons. Before you decide anything, at least hear me out. You're in a position to come out of this with an edge against Song. That alone should be enough to pique your interest. What's your game? It just so happens you've stumbled into the right place at the right time. He keeps his gestures subtle, but he can't hide the cockiness in his voice. I imagine that doesn't happen in your line of work. I'm listening. I know you're on the job, but this won't take long. Josephine is running this corporation into the ground. Much like the way you're undermining her efforts here today, I too am preparing to make a move against her. And therein lies the beauty of our situation. We're in a position to help each other out. How can I trust you? A wise question. I'm sure there's little I can say to win your full trust. But look at me. Here I am putting my faith in a Shadowrunner. I have just as much to lose as you do. But if you help me, we'll both gain a great deal. I'm not asking for much, really. It's simple. I give you access to Song's core systems, and while inside, you retrieve some data for me. Wouldn't that look bad on your access history? The corners of his eyes crease as a flat smile stretches across his jaw. A little Tritio editing and some creative violence on my guard's part, and we'll claim you assaulted us and entered the Matrix by force. Your invasion of our direct system will only bolster our strikes against Josephine. Deal. He clasps his hands together. Excellent! The information I need is in the data store labeled foreign accounts. Return those files to me, and you're welcome to whatever else you find in the Matrix. Don't get clumsy. Avoid setting off the system alert, or my associates and I will have to kill you to cover up our part in this scheme. I can't afford to arouse any suspicion, and should you try to leave this office and I don't have my files, our deal is off, and I'll see to it that you don't leave this building alive. Play your cards right, Rudder, and this may be the beginning of a new business relationship. Huh. Actually, I just noticed the clock. We don't really have time. I'll have to pick this up next week. Damn. Oh well. Still. Bit of a cliffhanger, but still. Shadowrunners will do jobs with suits. We don't like it, but if the money's good and if it hurts people, and it like hurts the company in the meantime, why not? So, anyway, let's see. I hope you all enjoyed yourself tonight. Don't go anywhere. We are going to raid someone. So let me see who's available to raid tonight. Let's see. Who do I have who's available to say hi to? Also, come on, game. Don't do this to me now. There it is. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, so I know what we're gonna do. We are gonna go say hi to Mama Nile. She's actually playing Monster Hunter tonight. Ironic, but yeah. Right, got that started. So, with that, I've been Zaruk Onecaller. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to entertain you. Tomorrow, we're back with more Oblivion, so I hope to see you all there for that. And remember, the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Never change them for anything. All right, let's go say hi to Niall. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.